Καλή σας ημέρα. Distinguished ministers, dear senator, dear governor, dear president, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to welcome you today on behalf of the steering committee at the second international conference, Dive in Blue Growth. The conference is organized under the auspices of the Hellenic Ministry of Culture and Sports. The conference is under the framework of the European project Mid-Dry Dive, funded by COSME program. It has the kind support of the National Superintendents of Underwater Cultural Heritage and the Central Institute for Restoration of the Italian Ministry of Culture, the University of Calabria, and the region of Thessaly. The conference follows the first international conference, Dive in Blue Growth, which took place in October 2019 at the Acropolis Museum in Athens, under the auspices of the President of the Hellenic Republic. The second international conference, Dive in Blue Growth, focuses on the promotion of the accessible underwater cultural heritage sites, and more particularly, it elaborates on the following four topics. First, technologies and approaches for the in situ promotion of accessible underwater cultural heritage sites. Second, dry dive technologies to make the underwater cultural heritage accessible to all. Third, examples of promotion and protection of accessible underwater cultural heritage sites and relevant proposals. And fourth, the response of the public to the opening of the accessible underwater cultural heritage sites and to promotion of digital application using new technologies. The second international conference, Dive in Blue Growth, is held virtually due to the restrictions because of the COVID-19 pandemic and is not held once again at the Acropolis Museum in Athens and as it was originally planned. We welcome researchers, universities, competent authorities, and stakeholders from different countries in the Mediterranean, across and beyond Europe. Please enjoy a 3-day agenda, including 40 presentations from 12 countries, such as, among others, Spain, Malta, Italy, Croatia, Greece, Turkey, Russia, South Korea, Norway, and all in 3 different sessions daily with 3 keynote speeches. More than 300 participants have already registered for the event around the globe. I would like now to call upon our honorable guests to make their opening statements. Firstly, we are going to watch a video message from the Minister of the Hellenic Ministry of Culture and Sport, Ms. Lina Mendoni.
Κύριοι Υπουργοί, κύριε Περιφερειάρχα, αγαπητοί σύνεδροι, συνάδελφοι και φίλοι από την Ελλάδα και το εξωτερικό, κυρίες και κύριοι, αποτελεί για μένα χαρά και τιμή να απευθύνομαι σήμερα σε όλους εσάς στην έναρξη των εργασιών του Δευτέρου Διεθνούς Συνεδρίου Dive in Blue Growth, αυτής της σημαντικής συνάντησης που τελεί υπό την αιγίδα του Ελληνικού Υπουργείου Πολιτισμού και Αθλητισμού και διοργανώνεται στο πλαίσιο του ευρωπαϊκού έργου Mid-Dry Dive με αντικείμενο την ανάδειξη της ενάλλειας πολιτιστικής κληρονομιάς στο ευρύ κοινό, καθώς και του ρόλου της σύγχρονης τεχνολογίας στην προβολή και προστασία της. Από την προηγούμενη διαζώση συνάντησή μας στο πρώτο συνέδριο τον Οκτώβριο του 2019, πολλά πράγματα έχουν αλλάξει. Κάποια από αυτά εξελίχθηκαν ακριβώς σύμφωνα με το σχεδιασμό μας. Κάποια άλλα όμως υπήρξαν εντελώς αναπάντεχα και όπως όλοι πολύ καλά γνωρίζουν έχουν ανατρέψει εδώ και 1 χρόνο περίπου όχι μόνο τον προγραμματισμό αλλά και τον ίδιο τον τρόπο της ζωής μας. Προφανώς αναφέρομαι στην πανδημία. Η συγκυρία είναι κομβική. Τα μέτρα περιορισμού της εξάπλωσης της πανδημίας οδήγησαν σε απότομη διακοπή μεγάλου εύρους των οικονομικών δραστηριοτήτων, πλήττοντας βαρύτερα τον ιδιαίτερα ευάλωτο κλάδο του τουρισμού και των συνδεωμένων με αυτόν προϊόντων και υπηρεσιών. Για την επίτευξη του μεγάλου ζητούμενου της ταχείας, αποτελεσματικής και μόνιμης ανάκαμψης τόσο του τουρισμού όσο και του συνόλου της οικονομικής δραστηριότητας και κατ' επέκταση της κοινωνίας, καθοριστικός είναι ο επαναπροσδιορισμός και εξυγχρονισμός του παραγωγικού μοντέλου της χώρας, ώστε να καταστεί αποτελεσματικό, ανταγωνιστικό και εν τέλει βιώσιμο στο ευμετάβλητο διεθνές περιβάλλον. Αυτό είναι κάτι που μπορεί να επιτευχθεί με άξονες τη γνώση, την εξωστρέφεια, την καινοτομία, την αποδοτικότητα στην αξιοποίηση των διαθέσιμων πόρων και την αποτελεσματική διαχείριση και ανάδειξη των συγκριτικών της πλεονεκτημάτων. Εν προκειμένου, ο πολιτισμός, χάρη στις πολλαπλές συνέργειες με άλλους τομείς, μπορεί να αναδειχθεί σε κέριο παράγοντα ενίσχυσης του τουρισμού και ταυτόχρονα σε εργαλείο προώθησης της εθνικής ανταγωνιστικότητας, καθώς η αξιοποίηση του πολιτιστικού κεφαλαίου αποδίδει υψηλή προστιθέμενη αξία και πολλαπλασιαστικά αποτελέσματα στις συνδεόμενες με τον πολιτισμό εξωτερικές οικονομίες και ισχυρή στήριξη στην απασχόληση. Σε μια διεθνώς ανερχόμενη οικονομία των εμπειριών, ο πολιτισμός προσφέρει εκείνες ακριβώς τις εμπειρίες και τους πόλους έλξης που διαφοροποιούν, εμπλουτίζουν και ανανεώνουν το τουριστικό προϊόν, συμβάλλοντας κέρια στην ανάπτυξη και μακροπρόθεσμη βιωσιμότητά του. Ειδικά για τις μεσογειακές χώρες, με την πλούσια ιστορία και την πολιτιστική κληρονομιά, αλλά και τα δυναμικά φυσικά τοπία, στα οποία πρωταγωνιστεί η θάλασσα και το υδάτινο στοιχείο, η ελκυστικότητα του τουριστικού προϊόντος εξαρτάται σε καθοριστικό βαθμό από τη συνδυαστική αξιοποίηση και ανάδειξη του φυσικού και πολιτιστικού περιβάλλοντος. Η αειφορία αυτού του περιβάλλοντος, ιδιαιτέρως δε εκείνου που βρίσκεται σε στενή σχέση και συνάφεια με τη θάλασσα, αποτελεί στην εποχή μας κέριο ζήτημα όχι μόνο τοπικής, αλλά υπερτοπικής και παγκόσμιας εμβέλειας, που εγείρει προκλήσεις επιστημονικές, κοινωνικές, οικονομικές και εν τέλει πολιτικές, εθνικές και διεθνείς. Για το λόγο αυτό, προγράμματα διεθνούς συνεργασίας όπως παλαιότερα το Blue Med και τώρα το Mid-Drive Dive, που προωθούν πολιτικές και πρακτικές βιώσιμης ανάδειξης και αναπτυξιακής διαχείρισης και αξιοποίησης πολιτιστικού και φυσικού περιβάλλοντος σε παράκτιες και νησιωτικές περιοχές, αποκτούν ιδιαίτερη σημασία και αξία. Σε αυτό το πλαίσιο, η προώθηση του καταδυτικού τουρισμού αποδεικνύεται ότι υπό τις κατάλληλες προϋποθέσεις μπορεί να συμβάλλει σημαντικά σε αυτόν τον στόχο. Ο καταδυτικός τουρισμός καταγράφει διαρκώς ανωδικές τάσεις, καθώς η ερασιτεχνική καταδυτική δραστηριότητα γίνεται όλο και πιο προσφυλής επιλογή αναψυχής. Ο αριθμός των πιστοποιημένων αυτοδυτών διεθνώς αυξάνεται εκθετικά, μαζί με τον κύκλο εργασιών της καταδυτικής βιομηχανίας. Η δημιουργία καταδυτικών πάρκων σε ενάλιους αρχαιολογικούς χώρους, τόπους ιστορικών ναυαγίων ή ιδιαιτέρου φυσικού κάλους υπήρξε και παραμένει για την ελληνική πολιτεία και το Υπουργείο Πολιτισμού και Αθλητισμού ένα τολμηρό εγχείρημα μεγάλης ευθύνης και μία πρόκληση με ειδικές απαιτήσεις και προϋποθέσεις που υπαγορεύονται από 3 βασικές αναγκαιότητες: την τήρηση της ασφάλειας του κοινού, τη διαφύλαξη του φυσικού περιβάλλοντος, την προστασία της πολιτιστικής κληρονομιάς. Όσον αφορά στο θεσμικό πλαίσιο, οι σχετικές επιταγές του Συντάγματος και του Αρχαιολογικού Νόμου εξειδικεύτηκαν με θεσμικές παρεμβάσεις, οι οποίες βελτιώθηκαν και εξυγχρονίστηκαν με το νόμο 4688 του 2020, ειδικές μορφές τουρισμού και διατάξεις για την τουριστική ανάπτυξη, με τον οποίο ξεπεράστηκαν προηγούμενοι ανασταλτικοί περιορισμοί και δημιουργήθηκαν ευνοϊκότερες προϋποθέσεις ανάπτυξης του καταδυτικού τουρισμού. Οι όροι ασφαλείας, οι προϋποθέσεις λειτουργίας και οι επιτρεπόμενες δραστηριότητες εντός καταδυτικών πάρκων και επισκέψιμων ενάλιων αρχαιολογικών χώρων και ναυαγίων εξειδικεύονται κατά περίπτωση με την έκδοση επιμέρους αποφάσεων. Προ 2 μηνών, το Υπουργείο Πολιτισμού και Αθλητισμού έδωσε το έναυσμα για την αποδέσμευση και απόδοση στην καταδυτική κοινότητα για οργανωμένες και καθοδηγούμενες καταδύσεις αναψυχής 91 ναυάγια πλοίων και αεροπλάνων χρονολογούμενων από τα τέλη του 19ου αιώνα ως το 1970 περίπου. Την τελευταία διετία υλοποιείται με ευρωπαϊκή χρηματοδότηση από το Υπουργείο Πολιτισμού, την Περιφέρεια Θεσσαλίας και τους Δήμους Αλονίσου και Αλμυρού στη βάση Προγραμματικής Σύμβασης Πολιτισμικής Ανάπτυξης το έργο της δημιουργίας 4 επισκέψιμων ενάλλειων αρχαιολογικών χώρων στις Βόρειες Ποράδες και τον Παγαστικό. Πέρσι το καλοκαίρι, εν μέσω πανδημίας, ξεκίνησε πιλωτικά η λειτουργία του χώρου του ναυαγίου της Περιστέρας στην Αλόνισσο. Η διεθνής υποδοχή υπήρξε διθυραμβική. Τα πρώτα συμπεράσματα ήταν όχι απλώς ενθαρρυντικά, αλλά πραγματικά εντυπωσιακά, αποδεικνύοντας ότι βρισκόμαστε στο σωστό δρόμο. Το λαμπρό οργανωτικό και διαχειριστικό έργο της Περιφέρειας Θεσσαλίας συνιστά εν προκειμένου παράδειγμα όχι μόνο για την Ελλάδα, αλλά και διεθνώς. Δεν είναι τυχαίο το γεγονός ότι έχει ήδη αναγνωριστεί με διεθνή και εθνικά βραβεία και διαθέτει τα εχέγγυα να αναδειχθεί σε πρότυπο για την ανάπτυξη αντίστοιχων δραστηριοτήτων διεθνώς. Δεν πρέπει επίσης να λησμονεί κανείς και τις σημαντικές προοπτικές που δημιουργεί η σύμπραξη του δημοσίου με τον ιδιωτικό τομέα, η οποία στην περίπτωση των καταδυτικών πάρκων μπορεί να αποβεί εξαιρετικά πρόσφορη και αμοιβαία επωφελής τόσο στη φάση της υλοποίησης όσο και σε αυτή της λειτουργίας. Καταλήγοντας, θα ήθελα να τονίσω τις αναπτυξιακές δυνατότητες που η αξιοποίηση των επισκέψιμων ενάλλειων αρχαιολογικών χώρων και των καταδυτικών πάρκων γενικότερα προσφέρει στο πεδίο της έρευνας και της εκπαίδευσης μέσω της σύμπραξης των συναρμοδίων υπηρεσιών του Υπουργείου Πολιτισμού και Αθλητισμού με ακαδημαϊκούς, ερευνητικούς και άλλους φορείς. Τα πρώτα σημαντικά δείγματα είναι ήδη ορατά. Τόσο η φυσική όσο και η εικονική, με τη βοήθεια της σύγχρονης ψηφιακής τεχνολογίας πρόσβαση στον ενάλλειο κόσμο της πολιτιστικής και φυσικής κληρονομιάς, στηρίζεται σε συνέργειες αυτού του είδους. Ειδικά, χάρη στην εικονική περιήγηση, ο υποβρύχιος κόσμος καθίσταται προσιτός στο συντριπτικό ποσοστό του κοινού, το οποίο δεν έχει τη δυνατότητα ή την ικανότητα της φυσικής κατάδυσης. Οι τελευταίες αυτές παράμετροι ήδη αξιολογούνται επισταμένως από κοινού με τη μουσιακή πολιτική μας, προκειμένου να ενταχθούν σε ένα ευρύτερο πλαίσιο προσέλκυσης του ενδιαφέροντος και της παρουσίας επισκεπτών. Σε αυτό ακριβώς το πλαίσιο εντάσσεται και η δημιουργία του Μουσείου Εναλλείων Αρχαιοτήτων στον Πειραιά, που φιλοδοξούμε να ξεκινήσει άμεσα με τη χρηματοδότηση από το Ταμείο Ανάκαμψης. Αφού σας ευχαριστήσω όλους, κύριε Περιφερειάρχα, φίλε Κώστα Αγοραστέ, ιδιαίτερα εσένα, εύχομαι κάθε επιτυχία στις εργασίες του συνεδρίου σας.
I would like to thank for her very welcome speech the Minister Lina Mendoni, and we are moving on, and I'm going to read the message by Minister from the Hellenic Ministry of National Defense, Mr. Nikolaos Panayotopoulos. Madam Minister, Madam Senator, Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed participants, it is a great pleasure and honor to address the second international conference, Dive in Blue Growth. The restrictions that have been imposed due to the global health crisis did not allow us to meet today at the Acropolis Museum. However, they did not prevent the steering committee from organizing this conference. State officials, scientific bodies, and valued institutions from different countries have gathered in order to exchange knowledge, experiences, and suggestions on strategies for the promotion of underwater cultural heritage. Our national identity is based on historical memory and our monuments, part of which is the underwater heritage of the armed forces. Warships and military aircraft that failed to return to their base are narrating events of human tragedy that otherwise could not have been documented. The underwater heritage of the armed forces remained until today unknown to the general public. However, it connects the past to the future and strengthens our rich cultural identity and historical background. Furthermore, by showcasing it to the world, intangible cultural heritage is cultivated. Madam Minister, Madam Senator, Madam President, Governor, ladies and gentlemen, I would be remiss without emphasizing that each of the monuments are under imminent threat from the climate crisis, since the Ionian and the Aegean seas are identified as areas with the highest temperature increase. Climate change poses significant risks to ecosystems, and the Ministry of National Defense is at the forefront of taking actions against this unprecedented threat. I would like to emphasize that the Hellenic Ministry of National Defense considers the natural and cultural environment as an invisible whole and works tirelessly to reduce the environmental footprint from all military activities. Our new environmental, energy, and climate change adaptation policy has already been reviewed, and we are in the process of preparing a roadmap for climate change adaptation. At the same time, we seek the creation of a cultural repository of the armed forces in collaboration with the Ministry of Culture and Sports, with which we plan to conclude a memorandum of understanding to work in a synchronized way with the requirements set by the legislators. Our priority is to map protected areas, natural and historical, on all the products of the Hellenic Hydrographic Service and the Army's Geographical Service, so as to communicate this vital information to the public. In addition, the recording and scientific documentation of underwater heritage will help us to better understand historical facts and environmental data which are required but are currently lacking. Ladies and gentlemen, it is our duty to pass on a better world to future generations. We must change past mindsets and to build dynamic and sustainable collaborations. It is our moral duty to work towards the protection and promotion of cultural heritage, as well as the preservation and enhancement of our historical and cultural environment. Let me conclude with the motto: securing our future through sustainable performance on land, at sea, and in the air. I sincerely hope that this international conference will culminate in fruitful collaboration to the benefit of both science and society. I would like to thank Minister Panagiotopoulos once again, and we are going to move to a video message from the Senator of Italian Republic, Lucia Borgonzoni, which is also under Secretary of State at the Ministry of Culture.
Buongiorno, onorevoli ministri, ricercatori e studiosi, esperti di beni culturali. E per me è un onore essere con voi alla seconda conferenza internazionale dedicata alla promozione dei siti del patrimonio culturale subacqueo, reso oggi più accessibile grazie all'applicazione delle nuove tecnologie digitali. Vi porto i saluti del Ministro della Cultura, l'onorevole Dario Franceschini, il suo apprezzamento e il mio per l'importante lavoro svolto in questo settore. La transizione digitale è uno degli obiettivi strategici dell'Unione Europea e chiave di lettura trasversale del PNRR italiano, che prevede specifiche misure di sostegno per favorire la transizione digitale in capo al Ministero della Cultura nella missione Turismo e Cultura 4.0. In questi ultimi anni il Ministero ha adottato un approccio organico alla cultura digitale, dedicando progetti e iniziative che sono il segno di una nuova visione strategica dei beni culturali, in cui la tecnologia imprime un impulso deciso ai fini di una migliore tutela e una migliore fruizione del patrimonio culturale. Elenco solo alcune delle iniziative più significative: la Carta del rischio del patrimonio culturale, le linee guida per la digitalizzazione del patrimonio culturale pubblico, il sistema informativo Sicurart per la gestione del patrimonio immobiliare del MIC, il memorandum d'intesa tra MIC e ESA, ai fini di favorire l'applicazione e l'utilizzo dei servizi satellitari per il patrimonio culturale italiano. È previsto inoltre anche l'accordo quadro tra MIC e MISE nel campo della spaziale per favorire l'attuazione dell'attività nell'ambito del programma Space Economy. Il patrimonio culturale conservato sott'acqua è una risorsa eccezionale che richiede però cura e attenzione da parte di tutte le istituzioni coinvolte. L'impegno dell'Italia nella tutela e valorizzazione del patrimonio archeologico subacqueo risale al primo dopoguerra, quando sono state avviate le campagne di ricerca archeologica che precorrono i tempi. Sono state programmate attività di ricerca e convegni scientifici in cooperazione con i paesi del Mediterraneo, con condivisione dei risultati, delle ricerche e delle relative analisi, come vi preparate a fare in questi giorni di convegno. A partire da metà degli anni 90 il Ministero della Cultura si è dotato di nuove strutture organizzative e competenze con la creazione di nuclei archeologici subacquei presso le sovrintendenze e con la nascita della Sovrintendenza del Mare, alla diretta dipendenza della Regione Sicilia. Inoltre, da circa 20 anni, l'Istituto Centrale per il Restauro affronta il problema di conservare e restaurare direttamente sott'acqua il patrimonio monumentale sommerso, sperimentando adeguate metodologie di intervento. Grazie a questo impegnativo lavoro, oggi chi visita la città sommersa di Baia può assistere ai risultati prodotti con murature, mosaici, strade, colonnati che si offrono alla fruizione dei visitatori allo stesso modo in cui si visita un parco archeologico terrestre. I materiali, gli strumenti e i metodi per il restauro e la valorizzazione del patrimonio architettonico sommerso, inoltre, sono col tempo diventate buone pratiche condivise con gli altri paesi del Mediterraneo e che grazie all'Istituto Centrale per il Restauro e la Tutela e la Conservazione del Patrimonio Subacqueo hanno avuto nuovi impulsi. A dicembre 2020, per coordinare tutte le attività rivolte al patrimonio culturale conservato sott'acqua, sia in mare che nelle acque interne, il Ministero della Cultura ha istituito la prima Sovrintendenza Nazionale per il Patrimonio Culturale Subacqueo, con sede a Taranto e centri operativi a Napoli e Venezia, guidata da Barbara Petraggi, che oggi presiede il panel dedicato a un approfondimento sulla promozione dei siti accessibili del patrimonio subacqueo. La sovrintendenza ha il compito in effetti di curare la catalogazione, la conservazione, la promozione del patrimonio culturale subacqueo nazionale e di raccordarsi con le sovrintendenze per le attività di tutela, gestione e valorizzazione dello stesso. Al fianco delle sovrintendenze operano il nucleo subacqueo dei carabinieri del relativo comando per la tutela del patrimonio culturale e tutti gli altri corpi dello Stato che hanno competenze in materia, che qui colgo l'occasione di ringraziare. Prima di concludere, sono lieta di potervi annunciare che sto lavorando a un Public-Private Partnership con Fondazione Fincantieri per lo sviluppo e utilizzo di droni per l'archeologia subacquea che mi auguro contribuisca ulteriormente a sviluppare le conoscenze nel settore. Sono certa che grazie a tutte queste iniziative europee e internazionali si stia aprendo per questo settore una serie di nuove prospettive che mi auguro possano offrire stimoli, opportunità di conoscenza, ricerca e lavoro per tutti noi. Ringrazio il Ministero della Cultura e dello Sport della Grecia per ospitare questo importante incontro. Auguro a tutti voi un buon lavoro.
I would like to thank the Senator Lucia Borgonzoni for her welcome speech, and I'm moving to not my, but our friend, the governor of region of Thessaly, Kostas Agorastos, which has contributed the most in the development of the promotion and protection of underwater cultural heritage, not only in Thessaly and in Greece, but giving an example for the whole of Europe. Kostas Agorastos has sent a video message to greet the conference, and we are going now to follow it.
Είναι η πρώτη και μοναδική περιφέρεια στη χώρα με υποθαλάσσια μουσεία. Προσφέρουμε στην παγκόσμια ανθρωπότητα των αυτοδυτών και στους λάτρεις των εναλίων αρχαιοτήκτων τη δυνατότητα να επισκεφθούν τον Παρθενώνα των ναυαγίων. Το κλασικό ναυάγιο του 425 π.Χ. στην νήσο Περιστέρα, ανοιχτά της Σαλονίσου. Το ναυάγιο βρίσκεται στη μεγαλύτερη προστατευόμενη θαλάσσια έκταση της Ευρώπης, το Εθνικό Θαλάσσιο Πάρκο Αλονίσου Βορείων Σποράδων, και είναι το αρχαιότερο ναυάγιο στον κόσμο στο οποίο μπορεί να καταδυθεί άνθρωπος. Μια καινοτομία στην πράξη από την περιφέρεια Θεσσαλίας. Μια μοναδική τουριστική εμπειρία με προστιθέμενη αξία και πλούτο και θέσεις εργασίας για τη χώρα που ανέδειξε το νησί της Αλονίσου στους κορυφαίους βιώσιμους τουριστικούς προορισμούς του κόσμου. Ένα εργοσταθμός που ενσωματώνει καινοτομίες αιχμής όπως το σύστημα νους των υποβρυχίων καμερών που παρακολουθούν το ναυάγιο και μπορεί κάποιος να το παρακολουθήσει σε real-time χρόνο. Το προηγμένο καταδυτικό σύστημα με το οποίο μπορούν να καταδυθούν και να το χρησιμοποιήσουν όλοι όσοι καταδύονται στο ναυάγιο και τους παρέχει πληροφορίες μέσω των tablets για το μεγάλο εμπορικό πλοίο που μετέφερε περισσότερους από 4.000 αμφορείς με ίνο προτού να βαγίσει στα νερά των Σποράδων. Οι επισκέπτες που δεν μπορούν ή δεν θέλουν να καταδυθούν μπορούν να ζήσουν μια μοναδική εμπειρία κατάδυσης στο κέντρο ενημέρωσης κοινού στη Στεριά, όπου λειτουργεί η ειδική εγκατάσταση τρισδιάστατης ψηφιακής απεικόνησης για εικονική κατάδυση με γυαλιά στο ναυάγιο της Περιστέρας. Διαμορφώσαμε ένα καινοτόμο και μοναδικό στην Ελλάδα εκθυσιακό χώρο εικονικής πραγματικότητας, όπου ψηφιακές τεχνολογίες αιχμής συνδυάζονται με παραδοσιακές μουσιακές πρακτικές και συσκευές και μεταφέρουν τον επισκέπτη στη μαγεία του βυθού. Ένα εργοσταθμός για τον εναλλακτικό τουρισμό που βάζει τη χώρα στο χάρτη του παγκόσμιου καταδυτικού τουρισμού. Είναι η προστιθέμενη αξία της συμμετοχής μας στο ευρωπαϊκό πρόγραμμα Blumen, στο οποίο είμαστε επικεφαλής εταίρος. Το έργο έχει τιμηθεί με 2 βραβεία από την Ευρωπαϊκή Επιτροπή, βραβείο Tourism Awards 2020 και βραβείο για τη βιώσιμη Ελλάδα του αύριο, μπράβο Sustainability Awards. Και το πρώτο ευρωπαϊκό βραβείο στην κατηγορία καινοτομία και ψηφιοποίηση στον αειφόρο πολιτιστικό τουρισμό, προς έξυπνους προορισμούς. Και αυτό είναι βραβείο του Ευρωπαϊκού Δικτύου Πολιτιστικού Τουρισμού ACTN και το βραβείο το πήραμε, μας απονημήθη τον Οκτώβριο του 2020. Κυρίες και κύριοι, η Θεσσαλία καινοτομεί στην πράξη. Πάντα σε αγαστή συνεργασία και με αυτοματισμό συνεργασίας, που είναι δύσκολο πράγμα, με το Υπουργείο Πολιτισμού και την Υπουργό Τιλίνα τη Μενδώνη, που ξεκλείδωσε τα υποβρύχια, τα υποθαλάσσια μουσεία, και το Υπουργείο Τουρισμού, ανοίξαμε δρόμο για την νομοθεσία, δρόμο για τον πολιτισμό, δρόμο για ένα διαφοροποιημένο τουριστικό προϊόν που δημιουργεί νέες θέσεις εργασίας. Ο τουρίστας πρέπει να ερωτηθεί ξανά την Ελλάδα, μέσα από ειδικά ποιοτικά τουριστικά προϊόντα, όπως είναι τα καταδυτικά πάρκα και τα υποθαλάσσια μουσεία, για να επιστρέφει κάθε χρόνο στη χώρα μας. Διαθέτουμε ένα πανόραμα ναυαγίων, κλασικών, ιστερορωμαϊκών, βυζαντινών και σύγχρονων ναυαγίων, σε Περιστέρα, Γλάρο, Τηλέγραφο, Κίκινθο, Χριστόφορο, Φαγκρού, Κυραπαναγιά και Σκάτσορα. Και αξιοποιούμε, αναδεικνύοντας μέσα από το ΕΣΠΑ Θεσσαλίας 2004, τα υποβρύχια αυτά μουσεία, δημιουργώντας ένα κρίσιμο αριθμό υποθαλάσσιων μουσείων, πόλο έλξης για ένα πολυάριθμο νέο τουριστικό κοινό, πάνω από 25 εκατομμύρια στην Ευρώπη. Αυτή είναι η μεγάλη προσφορά των υποβρυχίων μουσείων στον τουριστικό χάρτη της Θεσσαλίας, αλλά και η απάντησή μας στην κρίση. Κάνουμε αντίσταση ποιότητας στο μασικό τουρισμό, επιμικρύνουμε την τουριστική περίοδο, δημιουργούμε νέες θέσεις εργασίας, τονώνουμε την πραγματική οικονομία, τονώνουμε την τοπική οικονομία, συνδέοντας τον έξυπνο τουρισμό με τον πολιτισμό και το περιβάλλον και δημιουργώντας θέσεις εργασίας, αναβαθμίζοντας την εικόνα της Θεσσαλίας στο διεθνή τουριστικό χάρτη. Το έργο συμβάλλει στην προστασία ενός συνόλου μοναδικών ναυαγίων και αποτελεί μοναδικό έργο υποδομής για την ανάδειξη των αναλύων αρχαιολογικών χώρων και προβλέπει το άνοιγμά τους και την προβολή όλου αυτού του ενάλειου πλούτου στο ευρύ κοινό, καθώς για την ανάπτυξη και προσέλκυση του καταδυτικού τουρισμού, που είναι το δεύτερο σε κατά κεφαλήν δαπάνη τουριστικό προϊόν στον κόσμο. Το σύνολο της λειτουργίας των υποβρυχίων μουσείων και η τεχνογνωσία που θα προκύψει θα αποτελέσει πρότυπο για την ανάπτυξη αντίστοιχων δραστηριοτήτων σε όλη τη χώρα. Σας ευχαριστώ.
I would like also to thank Kostas Agorastos for his very strong support to our initiatives, and I would like to welcome live the President of the Greek National Tourism Organization, Ms. Angela Gerek.
Thank you, Mr. Maglis. Dear ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests of this conference, I'm so happy really to be with you today, and thank you for the invitation. By my capacity as President of the Greek National Tourism Organization, I welcome you to the second international conference, Dive in Blue Growth. I welcome you mentally to Greece. Unfortunately, the pandemic did not allow holding the conference at the Acropolis Museum, as you know. You see, since the first Dive in Blue Growth conference, many things have changed. But what hasn't changed, I believe, is our commitment to the principles of sustainability, as it was clearly stated at October of 2019 at the Acropolis Museum. After the pandemic, the message of the World Tourism Organization, travel, enjoy, respect, is more relevant than ever. The promotion of the underwater culture heritage, as well as the tourism industry, and more specifically diving and maritime tourism, must go hand in hand with the principle of sustainability, of sustainable development. In Greece, this has become a top priority. The GNTO strategy and my personal goal is the emergence of our country as an international culture and sustainability center, touristic center, country of tourism, of sustainable tourism. Our land is vast, open museum, as is respectively our seas. Άσοπος Λακωνία, Ερμιόνη, Λαβρεωτική, Μεθόνη, Λέρος, Στούρμη, Ζάκυνθος, Κεφαλονιά, Φαλάσσερνα, and many, many more places. And of course, the Sporades Underwater Museum, a model project for which I would like to warmly congratulate all the stakeholders, and especially my dear regional governor of Thessalia, Mr. Agorastos. Peristeras Ship Wreck is the first accessible underwater cultural heritage in Greece through dry dive technologies, a magnificent, unique experience for our visitors. And this is just the beginning, I'm sure. In this context, the Greek National Tourism Organization has already designed a stand-alone communication campaign with the marine diving tourism theme. In addition, all the digital tools of the organization, Visit Greece, and the Visit Greece app will highlight the accessible underwater cultural heritage of our country. GNTO's social media have dedicated a number of posts about Peristeras project. In conclusion, I would like to wish all the success to your conference, and of course to invite you to dive fearlessly in the infinite blue of the Aegean and Ionian pelagos, seas. But always you have to remember, dive, enjoy, respect. Respect our history, respect the sea, respect the country, respect the planet. Thank you so much.
I would like also to thank you, Angela, for your very welcome speech. In order to continue, we are going, give me a moment, we are going to move to our keynote speeches of today, which is two honorable members of the European Commission, Igor Kalinic, which is the head of sector of COSME program, which is going to present the COSME experience, and Alan Vella, the Mid-Dry Dive project officer, who is going to speak to us about the project in its European context. I welcome you both.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me.
Yes,
we have to check now, double check with these new technologies. Okay, so apparently all is good. So dear guests and members of institutions and of governments, thank you very much for organizing this conference. The names and such a great number of participants actually testify how important is this project and this kind of conferences for the future, especially now in these times with the pandemics. I'm very happy to represent here European Commission and more specifically the European Executive Agency for Small and Medium Enterprises that actually has just changed the name and a little bit the strategic orientation. Now we are European Innovation Council and Small and Medium Enterprises Executive Agency. So we are even more focused on SMEs, on entrepreneurship, on startups, and on what we call often at the European level, what is the backbone of our economy. In fact, in Europe, we have more than 25 million SMEs that represent more than 99% of all companies. And when it comes to the employment, they are 2/3 of all the jobs. And even when it comes to the GDP, they represent more than half of our GDP. And in some countries, like Greece, these numbers are even much higher. All of this is there to say that really we cannot imagine our economic systems, policies without really giving very important importance to the small companies. And tourism is mostly made by the small companies. They are the backbone of the tourism sector. So this very well integrates the role of our agency and the role of this call. Also, let me also stress the fact that at the European level, not only at the Greek level or Croatian level or southern states level, let's say, there is no question that tourism is a very important economic activity in the European Union. Directly or indirectly, it contributes to something around 10% of EU GDP and has made the EU the world's leading tourism destination. So something that you might not know is actually that Europe is the world leading destination #1. As I already mentioned, SMEs are crucial for the European tourism sector. However, while some businesses have become the forerunners, they are really leading the path in the world, and they use tourism data in order to make a sustainable development. Still, there is quite some need, and quite some SMEs are struggling in this world, especially with the recent pandemic. For this reason, projects like Mid-Dry Dry are even more and more important because they combine the new technologies with existing very ancient, as we heard a little bit before, heritage that our planet has left to us. I would like to also mention that this project is very dear to me, not only because of the things that I have just mentioned, but because I myself am a diver, and actually I have always been somehow sorry not to be able, for example, to show what or to share my experience with, for example, my parents, some relatives that due to the age or other problems cannot dive. Let me also tell you a little bit more about COSME program. So this COSME program, through which we co-funded the MIDRA dive, it's a program of the European Commission. It has been running for the last 7 years, and it is translated in the competitiveness of small and medium-sized enterprises. So during the last 7 years, COSME has dedicated something around 20 million euros to cover over 150, more or less, transnational public-private tourism partnerships. We have supported over 200 SMEs and more than 300 tourism stakeholders from almost from all European countries and also neighboring countries. So it goes beyond the dimension of the European Union. So in this regard, the agency has played an important role in reaching the policy objectives in the field of support to SMEs working in the tourism sector. Let me just a little bit tell you what is the executive agencies are the ones that are executing the policies that are put in the place by DGs, Directorate Generals at the European level, that are kind of ministers when it comes to the national level. And our reference when it comes to the tourism is mainly and predominantly DG GROW, which is the Directorate General for Single Market, Industry, Entrepreneurship, and SMEs. We are facing now the challenge to revamp and design the tourism after almost a year and a half. And for doing so, we are looking for making the different actors of the tourism ecosystem to naturally cooperate with each other. Remember this word ecosystem, it's very important because we are not going to intervene on a single small issue, but it is always important to have a broader map in the mind. Business support organizations such as incubators and accelerators will also work along with public authorities and with SMEs and for other entities, specifically boosting the capacity of tourism SMEs in their digital transformation and in a sustainable transformation. COSME program, as I said, competitiveness for small medium enterprises, has ceased to exist as such. There are some projects are still ongoing, but now we have a new tool that is called Single Market Program, and within which we have the COSME pillar, and where we have again tourism. In this year, there will be at least 4 calls in the new program, and they will be followed by many others in the coming years. So we are here, Brussels is here trying to support tourism all across the continent. Finally, let me thank the organizers, the Hellenic Ministry of Culture and Sports for the support and for hosting the event. And yes, please, can you please stop saying that we were supposed to be in the Acropolis and in Athens or in Greece, and you know, we also miss traveling. But this traveling is not just traveling for our pleasure. It is completely different having an experience online, which has brought a lot of benefits. It's easier to organize many events, to have outreach for some people that cannot travel. but still personal contacts and really an exchange and networking that can be done with the person when meeting people in person cannot be really easily substituted. Thank you very much once again for the invitation. Thank you very much for making this project possible, and I give back a word to you.
Thank you, Igor, and I would like also to hear from Alan Vella his experience in this project as a project officer.
Thank you, Angelos. My sincere gratitude, first of all, to all the organizers for this invitation this morning. What I'd like to do today is really and truly complement the words which Igor has just mentioned. He focused on tourism in general from the EU perspective, on SMEs, on the COSME program itself. Let's just call it the macro perspective. And I'd like to complement that a bit with the micro perspective. That is my own personal viewpoint, the practical elements surrounding my experience with the consortium that has brought forward the project Midrai Dive. When the project first landed on my desk, I remember flicking through the actual project and making a small reflection about its objectives. Interesting, I told myself, and interesting indeed it turned out to be. I was lucky enough in my capacity as the contact person in Brussels for this project to meet the consortium at the outset. Yes, because I traveled to Thessaloniki to meet the members of this consortium for the kickoff meeting. And that turned out to be a very good idea because I met the partners immediately. And what struck me was, first of all, the strong pillar that existed composed of the two Greek partners behind the project, Mazi Travel and Atlantis Consulting. But also, and equally important, if not more, the very promising interest shown by the different project partners to build a successful consortium together. Because this is very important, and it is this bond which I tried to nurture further. Admittedly, pushing at times the consortium hard, yes, because I wanted them to deliver qualitative outputs, and they were capable of doing this. Since I perceived that Midrai Dive could have a cutting edge, what's more, perceived that the consortium members themselves behind the project could lead the project in an appropriate direction and in the trust that so befits the project. Dear Yanis, dear Theo, dear Angelos, my Greek friends from Thessaloniki, dear Marco, dear Ervin, dear Christina, Dujan, and the rest of the partners from Italy, Croatia, Montenegro, and Albania forming part of this project. I would like you today, tomorrow, and Friday, from a practical point of view also, to showcase the work which you have implemented in the past 24 months of European funding through this COSME financing. I'm interested in better understanding how you intend giving continuity to the project. This is something which is, I would consider, an Achilles tendon of European project management, in the sense that people many a times think that a project ends as soon as the co-financing period ends. But this is not the case. This is not the case because you have had some excellent deliverables also throughout these 2 years of co-financing. And allow me to refer to a couple of these deliverables which you have had. The detailed study of pilot sites, for instance, the product development strategy, the sustainability assessment, the business plan, the marketability tests which you have undertaken, the development of the CCI products, the cultural and industry products linking tourism to innovation and to creative cultures. And I'm sure you will be talking about the augmented reality, the game which you have been producing, etc. The establishment of the key performance indicators, the lessons learned and the best practices, the communications materials, the links of the project to the underwater cultural heritage, and the promotional videos. And regarding this, the promotional videos, if I can mention an anecdote just to show the good vibes that existed here, I'll just refer to a particular session I had, an informal session which we undertook between me from the commission side and Yanis and Marco from Italy and some other partners too, relating to the promotional video. And I was given a first draft of the video, which was extremely interesting, very interesting. But it was more of a documentary type of video, the type that you sit down, watch TV, and learn through a National Geographic type of documentary. Nothing wrong, of course, with that, but I sat down with the partners and I tried to push them towards something, a product which was slightly different, a product which was more vibrant, more promotional oriented, more oriented towards highlighting the various elements, various interesting elements which form part of this Me Dry Dive product. And the end result is the one which I'm sure you will be able to see in the course of this conference, because it actually managed to project the elements I wanted the partners to show, and they enthusiastically went around my suggestions in coming up with an end product which was very proactive also and highly marketing oriented. And the good work by the consortium is also reflected in this well-attended event. Angelos told us before there were around 300 registrations, if I remember correctly. And in the high profile also of the participants this morning, with prominent personalities from across Europe, lending a helping hand in celebrating this success story, which is Me Dry Dive. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a real pleasure for me to act as contact person, contact point, as project advisor at the European Commission at EISMEA for this consortium. The project has grown with time, facing difficulties and challenges, not least due to COVID, but I will mention the Acropolis here, Igor. But together we arrived where we are today, taking the project from strength to strength. And to conclude, there is a proverb in English that says that all good things come to an end. I would sincerely like this consortium to defy this, since I consider this moment as a beginning and not as the end. You have much to offer as yet to make the product grow even further. So please make sure you keep up the good work in nurturing further the European transnational value of Me Dry Dive as a project. Thank you once again to the organizers for your collaboration throughout the 24 months of co-financing and for the invitation to participate as keynote speaker this morning. Thank you.
We thank you a lot, Alan. It was a fruitful collaboration, and I think from the beginning up to now, we're very, let's say, we're very pleased of the work that you have done, and without you, a lot of things wouldn't have the quality that we wish to have. So you were forcing us to do better and better again and again. Now, I would like to continue with the mainstream program, and I would like to move on to the first session of the conference, of the 9 sessions in the 3 days time. And I would like to ask the session chair, Barbara David Patriaggi, and the speakers of the first session, which has the title of the promotion and protection of accessible underwater cultural heritage sites. I see Barbara next to me, even with Ion and Adriatic Sea separating us. Barbara,
Yes.
very nice being with you. And I will leave the floor to you.
Thank you, Angelos, and welcome everybody to this first session of this second international conference of Dive in the Blue Growth. Welcome to everybody. The topics of this session is to highlight the means and ways of promotion and protection of accessible underwater cultural heritage sites. As you will see, more particularly, it will be present efforts and projects completed or ongoing, as well as concrete ideas for future initiatives that promote responsible accessibility at the sites. These may include guide dive trails, snorkeling, boat tours, use of submarines, underwater restoration of underwater structures, events on visit underwater. So, as you will see, researchers and stakeholders are all invited to share ideas and experiences on how the protection and promotion of accessible underwater cultural heritage sites can benefit the local communities, for example, in terms of sustainable growth. And I think that the experts that now are going to present their presentation will be very interested and give inspiration to all of you about these matters. So first of all, I'd like to introduce Dr. Pali Kalamara, that she present us the first presentation titled Different Approaches for the Protection and Enhancement of Underwater Archaeological Sites, Acquirements and Aspirations. Pali Kalamara studied history and archaeology at the University of Athens and carried on doctoral studies at the School for Advanced Studies in the Social Science in Paris in the sectors history and civilization. She works in the Hellenic Ministry of Culture since 1988, and from 2006 till 2021, she was head of the Division of Public Archaeological Museum and Collection and director of the Ephorate of Antiquities of Eubea and Boeotia and of the Ephorate of Underwater Antiquities. She has also worked as a lecturer of the University of Peloponnese, and since 2003 she works as associate professor in the Open University of Greece. Her publication focus on the Byzantine dresses and Byzantine archaeology issues of Messenia, Laconia, Eubea, and Boeotia, and on museum subjects. She has also published a children's book dealing with Byzantine textile, which obtained the first state award of 2003. So I give the room to Dr. Pali Kalamara. Please, welcome.
Yes, hello. I'm trying now to put on to share my screen. Give me a moment, please. Tell me when it will be ready.
Not yet.
Yes. Now, perhaps?
Yes. Now
yes.
We can
Thank
see.
You. It is with great pleasure to be here with you today in this meeting, which is being enthusiastically prepared by all those involved for over a year and which takes place in the framework of the European project Mithrai Dive, the partners of which I would like also to thank for their invitation to participate in the scientific committee. My presentation will begin bringing out an overview of the issues related to the underwater archaeological sites in general, and will not focus exclusively on the category of underwater sites described at the legislation by the technical term accessible underwater archaeological sites. This is because the concept of the accessibility can refer to different categories of underwater sites, such as coastal archaeological sites or shipwrecks, and therefore to different aspects of accessibility, like scuba diving, snorkeling, free diving, etc., issues that I will try to address. My main purpose is to first describe clearly the field where the management by the FRA of Underwater Antiquities, henceforth EUA, regarding the accessibility of the underwater cultural heritage has potential application, as well as its area of this field. Next, to point out where we stand today in terms of protection and promotion of each category of underwater monuments, and what are the challenges and prospects for the next day, given, of course, the strategic goals as set by the international and national institutional framework, and then reflected and specialized in the annual action plans of the services of the Hellenic Ministry of Culture. As central strategic objectives, I mention the following. First, the cultural heritage underwater to be physically and mentally accessible by all. Basic precondition to render this possible is for a scientific research, of course, to have been presented. At the heart of the mental accessibility lies the cognitive understanding and the interpretation of the findings and its historical context. At the heart of the physical accessibility regarding the underwater cultural heritage lies the uniqueness of the experience offered and imposed by the sea cradle of these monuments, the natural environments through which access is achieved. Second, the underwater cultural heritage is recognized as a special sector of the cultural heritage. But at the same time, it must not be isolated. In other words, it must benefit from the management experience that has been successfully applied to other areas of cultural heritage. Third, the maintenance of the coherence of the underwater monuments as an integral collection of a special group of cultural goods, the ones that remains at the seabed, but also the salvaged parts of them. New technologies can effectively contribute to such an achievement by the enrichment of documentation and mainly by the management of metadata, the acquired information. Fourth, the open communication of the FRA with the society in order to achieve its educational role, but also its role as public awareness actor for the monuments, with ultimate goal, their protection. In this context, EU tries to make the underwater cultural heritage and its importance known to the widest possible public, a public that is not homogeneous. I mentioned some categories of the public. Special scientists studying the underwater cultural reserve, natural environment, the diving community, tourism professionals, the educational community, researchers in other fields for whom the underwater environment is a challenge for the implementation and development of their own studies, bodies of local and regional authorities, central government, the journalistic community, and many others. Fifth, the development of diving tourism in selected areas of the country, which could be based on it to strengthen the local economy and social activities in general, mainly remote island areas all over Greece, like Fourni and Leros. Finally, the absorption of European funds for the achievement of the above objectives, the development of related infrastructures, but also for the reinforcement of the employment of mainly specialized personnel. Several of the above strategic objectives were implemented at the large endeavor of the opening of the first accessible underwater archaeological sites in Greece, henceforth AUAS, the ones of at Alonissos and West Pagasetis. At this point, it is worth mentioning that the planning of the EUA of these AUAS and the pilot opening of Peristera in 2020 were made possible in the framework of the European Cooperation Project, BlueMed, and subsequently of the relevant National Strategic Reference Framework Project funded by the Thessaly Regional Development Plan 2014-2021 that is ongoing. During these projects, the following steps have been taken. First of all, field works to clean and document the underwater cultural goods and their environment, as well as to design the experience of the visitors. Secondly, documentation of the findings and their context for the needs of the CACs in Alonissos, you may see it here, and Amaliapolis in Pagasetic Gulf. The creation of the content of the digital applications included. Also, studies for the infrastructure needed for the operation of the sites, sometimes also pilot installation. I refer to infrastructure like the security system. Furthermore, approach and resolve issues related to the experience of the diver visitor, scuba diver or free diver, as the course of their movement, but also the enrichment of their experience. Moreover, the design of the content and the preparation of a relevant study which could meet the requirements of the approval procedures of the Ministry of Culture and Sports, which was made by the EUA and named Visit Study for the Accessible Underwater Archaeological Sites. Finally, the legislative intervention, which now creates a new functional institutional framework with the enactment of the Law 4688 of 2020, referring to special forms of tourism. Under the new law, Article 6, only accompanying diving is still allowed at the underwater museums, as they are called. But a new operating model is being developed according to which the Ministry of Culture, through EUA, has the management of the underwater archaeological sites and the care for the organization, operation, and their safety, while the escort of the divers visitors in groups is undertaken by certified diving centers supervised by the Ministry. If the law of 2005 and the relevant joint ministerial decision of 2012 and 2015 declared political will and strategic planning, it was realized that a business planning was required in addition to them, which was missing and built in the framework of the European BlueMed project. This makes easier now to proceed to the organization of all the already characterized by joint ministerial decision as AUAS, and this is a priority of the AUA. According to the Article 7 of the same law, accompanying diving is also allowed to another subcategory of underwater monuments, the shipwrecks, after them being determined as accessible by a joint ministerial decision, which will also define the special conditions that must be applied when diving to them. A group of 99 shipwrecks are under the process of opening. EUA has already prepared the enabling acts provided in the above Articles 6 and 7, supporting the completion of the institutional interventions that will allow the full functioning of the EUAS and the shipwrecks. I will move on to another major category of underwater monuments, the accessibility management of which has also been a matter for the F4A during the recent years. I'm referring to the coastal underwater sites, which are now freely accessible to swimmers. Archaeological remains are easily visible by snorkeling, and natural access to the monuments does not require the use of breathing apparatus. In this field, the F4A took initiatives with the marking and documentation of their identity and the interlining of the necessity of their protection to the citizens. Also, by facilitating the physical and mental access to the underwater monuments, both of those who approach the shore, but mainly of snorkelers and swimmers in general. At the port of Kehres that you may see here, for example, the jetty is delimited by floated buoys and lighting, while important individual points of interest are also marked in the sea by signs, with elementary documentation. At the prehistoric settlement in Pavlopetri, floated buoys signalize also the points of interest and indicate the visitor paths, providing also a basic documentation. Finally, new technologies are exploited not only for the documentation of the findings, but also for the enhancement of the experience of the visitor, as in ancient Epitaurus, with the creation of an autonomous virtual tower, which will be conducted on a small boat with a glass bottom that allows at the same time seeing the archaeological remains at the seabed. The small boat, as well as the application, are created in the framework of the program Periplus, funded by the General Secretariat for Research and Innovation. The first interventions in coastal underwater archaeological sites, in order to improve their accessibility and at the same time their protection, are carried out in Eastern Peloponnese, a region where there are many submerged coastal remains. The ultimate goal is to create a network of underwater sites which will invite all those who love the sea and culture. Furthermore, the effort of the F4A extends through outward-looking actions toward the society, the awareness of the citizens on issues of underwater cultural heritage, ultimately aiming to its optimal protection always. The use of new technologies for the integrated management and subsequently the presentation to all interested parties, divers and not divers, of the country's underwater cultural reserve is a very important goal. The endeavor still stands at a design phase, and it should lead to a holistic management system, virtual I mean, as well as a dynamic website. However, innovative technologies have already been used, as you've seen before, to enable virtual diving at the Pilot Knowledge or Awareness Center, henceforth CACS, of Amaliapolis and Alonissos, while in the framework of the ongoing project, various digital exhibits are designed based on augmented and virtual reality technologies for both the permanent CACS in Alonissos and Amaliapolis. An important part of the interpretative means of the Museum of Underwater Antiquities is also based on new technologies, according to the museological study recently approved. Of course, at the museums of the EUA in Pylos and Rhodos, and at the above CACS, traditional informative material is also used as interpretative tools. You may see here the proposal for the anniversary celebration of 1821 in the museums of EUA in Pylos. For the easiest communication with its potential audience, EUA uses websites, while it created also a Facebook page, both for the posting of its actions and for the posting of educational material. It also designed the logo of the F4A and a special badge for its educational activities. Besides, it cultivates communication with mass media, which contributed to that, so that the first underwater museum of Greece in Peristera and the new cultural tourist destination in Alonissos and West Pagasetic is today internationally known. Finally, each personnel contributes to the dissemination of the F4H's work by participating in archaeological or cultural management conferences, workshops, etc. Thank you all, the region of Thessaly, the local municipalities for their support and help and collaboration, and especially my colleagues in the EUA and our external partners that all contributed to these results.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Calamara, for this very interesting and rich presentation. I have a question on this presentation. Do you think that this new approach to the enhancement of selected underwater sites have improved the F4E action in the monitoring and conservation of this wreck and underwater archaeological sites?
Yes, I think that they contribute very much to the protection and the monitoring of the sites, coastal sites and great depth sites. Firstly, because the people of the regions become nearer to this kind of cultural heritage. They understand what they may see near them, and also they have advantages, financial advantages of such a type of organization of underwater museums. And finally, because from our part, we collaborate with the scientists to evolve, to produce new systems for monitoring. This also was a great experience, a great gain, finally, I think.
Yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I give the room to the second, expert is Darko Kovacevic. Darko Kovacevic, he is a maritime archaeologist at Heritage Malta's Underwater Cultural Heritage Unit. He obtained his BA and MA in History and at the University of Novi Sad, which was followed with an MA in Maritime Archaeology and Underwater Cultural Heritage at the University of Alexandria in Egypt. Over the last decade, Kovacevic has been involved in a number of collaborative research projects across the Mediterranean, participating in numerous surveys with various institutions, such as the Hellenic Institute for Ancient and Medieval Alexander Studies, Egypt and Survey Campaign of the Furni Island in Greece. Other projects include excavation of Mycenaean shipwrecks off the island of Poros and a number of archaeology projects in Croatia, Montenegro, Lebanon, and Malta. He is an active scuba diving instructor and is also a technical diver. So his presentation today is titled "The Innovative and State-of-the-Art Public Access Management of Malta's Underwater Cultural Heritage." Welcome, please.
Thank you very much, dear Dr. Barbara, for this kind invitation and for introduction. I would like to say hello to all the friends and dear colleagues which are present today online and which we couldn't meet at the beautiful Acropolis Museum and have one Cafe Daki together during the conference. But I'm sure soon we will have opportunity to meet each other in person as well. So today, I will talk about innovative and state-of-the-art public access management of Malta's underwater cultural heritage. So through this presentation, I will introduce you the topic and the preparational works which have been done in order for this project to be really success. Then I will speak about establishment of management platform, then principle and of protection and enforcement, which was usually the main question when we talk about this subject, then about public access management, and in the end about marketing and promotion of our sites. So the consequence of this management platform is definitely systematic underwater archaeological research, which has been conducted for many, many years by University of Malta. And about this, Professor Gambin will give you more clues tomorrow during his presentation, but I will just briefly mention that we are using state-of-the-art methodology, side-scan sonar, in order to map the seabed all around Maltese islands and identify potential targets of underwater cultural heritage. So once the targets are identified, they are verified by divers, and then desk-based research is conducted after the documentation. So the documentation is usually done in 3D photogrammetry, apart from traditional approaches. After all this data is elaborated to superintendents of cultural heritage and through the elaborate of valorization of underwater cultural heritage sites. So basically, having in mind reach and the massive amount of underwater cultural heritage sites discovered on the seabed of territorial waters of Republic of Malta, the government started identifying the threats to underwater cultural heritage, which were basically fishing, divers, fish farms, and bunkering or anchoring in that area. So once those threats were identified, then we were facing challenges in protection and valorization. So basically, we were trying to protect underwater archaeological sites and historical sites, which have quite importance in both nationally and internationally. Then we needed to convince people that we are studying something that may or may not be there, and then to convince authorities that underwater cultural heritage is basically reality. Then second task was to identify and educate stakeholders of underwater cultural heritage value chain. That means fishermen, diving community, maritime institutions, and so on. So in order to make this story success, firstly, we created institutional synergies between superintendents of cultural heritage, which is basically a regulatory body for cultural heritage issues, University of Malta, with its research capacities, Transport of Malta, which is institution that is regulating the sea transport and traffic around the Maltese islands. Malta Tourism Authority was one of most important stakeholders for the promotion of underwater cultural heritage. Armed Forces of Malta as well are giving huge support in monitoring, and Heritage Malta as a national agency for protection, promotion, and management of cultural heritage sites. So one of the background jobs and works was preparation of local heritage legislation and international conventions. So basically, Cultural Heritage Act CAP 445 and Act number 29 from 2019 made provisions with respect to underwater cultural heritage, which were pretty much based on UNESCO Convention from 2001 on protection of underwater cultural heritage. So basically, we were focusing on obligation to preserve underwater cultural heritage in situ as a first option, and to open cultural heritage for public access. So government accepted the provisions, and we added the bracket of 50 years. So everything what is older than 50 years is considered cultural heritage by Cultural Heritage Act, regardless if it is underwater or on land. So basically then it took us a while to work with direct stakeholders in underwater cultural heritage value chain and to enforce attitude changing. So basically local diving community was consulted, and dive clubs, dive schools, dive centers and resorts, and owners of the dive boats in order to implement new systems. So basically you can imagine how much different attitudes we had towards our idea of management, and then it took us a while in order to convince the stakeholders that this idea will be as well huge benefit for them. So with all the data which is collected through the research, Government of Malta understood that is in possession of vast and various types of underwater cultural heritage, which doesn't belong only to Malta, but it's also very important internationally. So Government of Malta decided through the Ministry of Justice, Culture and local councils to build a platform for the management, protection and valorization of underwater assets within Heritage Malta, which is National Agency for Protection and Management of Underwater Cultural Heritage and cultural heritage in general. So the unit was named Underwater Cultural Heritage Unit within Heritage of Malta, and the mission of Underwater Cultural Heritage Unit was in accordance with Heritage Malta's general motto, ensuring a future to our past. Heritage Malta Underwater Cultural Heritage Unit is today responsible for research, protection, management of public access to underwater cultural heritage in the territorial waters of Malta. So we selected number of sites based on their importance, access, and so on. And in collaboration with superintendents of cultural heritage, Underwater Cultural Heritage Unit has been tasked to identify number of underwater sites, so these may be protected and accessed by divers in a controlled and managed manner. So as you can see on this map, there are positions of our sites which are around the island of Malta. So basically protection principles are usually published in the notice to mariners. So basically all commercial vessels must be fitted with an IAS, which must be kept on all the time so we can monitor them. They must obtain clearance from Valletta Port Control and Marsa-Shlock Port Control in order to access the sites or to sail in the area. The buffer area is considered as no stopping. That means no anchoring in the vicinity of the sites. Now the buffer area distance is changing. For some sites was 500 to 250 meters. Then we reduce it a little bit less to 150 meters. Spare fishing and the use of fishing gears such as set of bottom lines, stream nets, grill nets, entangling nets is prohibited in these areas. So only surface fishing is allowed, including trolling lines and angling for pelagic fish. So basically, principles of protections were enforced as well to both skippers, divers, and dive leaders. And those all are based on the simple museum rule, look and don't touch. So we are basically banning any contact with underwater cultural heritage or with shipwreck and wreck sites. So anchoring is forbidden. Use of mooring lines is advised whenever that's possible. Use of depth sounders and fish finders to locate the wreck during the operation. And there are also some ways how to drop the anchors. So basically, the advices for the divers and the dive leaders are similar and based on look don't touch policy. So basically, before the divers are approaching the sites, they are signing terms and conditions in the dive center, where they are acknowledged about, and they are introduced to all our rules and regulations. So once they sign terms and conditions for diving at historical wreck sites of Heritage Malta, this document is sent to us via email, and we have it. So basically, it's just one more paper which divers are signing, apart from medical statements and other documents before diving. So enforcement is actually most important part of implementation of these rules. So basically, we have our RIP support, which is doing checks on the sea, and then we have the spot checks on land before the departure of the dive boats. Then we have the checks done by Armed Forces of Malta personnel. There is a follow-up from VTS Valletta and Transport Malta. We are using drones for offshore patrols, and installation of CCTVs in the K areas where we can see far out at sea are as well in progress. So then there is an enforcement by stakeholders, which is done, as I said, by Armed Forces of Malta and Transport Malta, as well as Fisheries Department, which has its patrol unit. So smart protection, or the office protection, is done remotely. All our sites are plotted on the nautical charts, which are available internationally, as you can see here. And then we are monitoring these sites, or through this traditional way, through marine traffic, where we can follow up the vessels through IAS monitoring, or through Rose Point software, which we have on our workstation installed in our office. And we have aerial placed on the roof of our building. And through that software, we are following through geofencing principles. So basically, all our sites are circled, and once the vessel penetrates the area, we get notification from Rose Point. So then we have social network follow-up. As you know, diving community is really much in favor of posting their adventures on the Facebook. So basically, we are following up all the groups of technical divers and technical divers personally, which are visiting our sites and posting the photos. So sometimes we can see, for example, that the divers were in contact with the wrecks or with the parts of underwater cultural heritage, and then we send them gentle reminder on our rules and regulations, and we are following it up. So promotion of protection of underwater cultural heritage and of our systems is as well one of main tasks which we are hands-on through our work. So we are publishing different kind of leaflets and flyers which are disseminated to maritime community of the Republic of Malta. So basically, our personnel is delivering this kind of promotional materials to yacht marinas, to fishermen community, to diving community, and so on. So basically, our people are well introduced with our rules, as well with the positions of the wrecks. So annual stakeholder meetings with Armed Forces of Malta, Transport Malta, Fisheries, and the police as well are kept every year in order to keep stakeholders informed and engaged. As well, from this year, we are facilitating protection and public access by installation of buoys, marker buoys, which will be placed on our most exposed sites. So this will allow dive boats to anchor or to moor public access management is something that I will talk next about. So underwater cultural heritage sites are managed in the same way as underwater cultural sites on land. In order to be permitted to access cultural heritage sites of Heritage Malta, underwater cultural heritage sites, local dive schools, dive boats, and clubs are obliged to register with Heritage Malta and get the license for the access. So registration entails the acceptance of terms and conditions that are governing access to historical shipwrecks, something I talked about previously. So as well with this system, we are channeling the business. So everyone, all the technical divers who would like to access these sites, they are obliged to go through licensed dive schools, dive boats, and clubs. So in order for the clubs and boats, our stakeholders, to benefit as well from our system. So this all is managed through our online booking or ticketing system. As you can see here on the screenshots, we have booking part, then the list of the divers. There is a calendar at which stakeholders can follow up which site is booked or not. So here in the booking part, the administrator of the dive club can select the site. He can select the date as well, the dive boat that it will be used. Then the dive leader lists the divers which are participating in the dive, right from where the boat is departing and at which time, so we can get informed and book the ticket. Once ticket is booked, automated email is sent to all our stakeholders which are concerned with protection, but as well with the safety, because email is reaching hyperbaric chamber both in Malta and Gozo, so they are informed about each dive as well, and from the depth of the site they can get the dive profile and get ready for, God forbid, any unfortunate situation. So once the ticket is booked, we are as well notified and permission is given for the access to underwater cultural heritage site of Heritage Malta. So tickets are purchased via dive club and or dive school. Visit is booked and the site can be approached on board of approved vessels. So all the system is fully controlled, and underwater cultural heritage sites are remaining open and protected. So in order to please the local diving community, we introduced Heritage Malta Shipwreck Club. So once the divers are members of Shipwreck Club, they are entitled to different kind of system. The membership is paid annually, and then they are allowed to dive as much as they want, but of course with through booking of the tickets through our booking system. So as well, we are covering the offer for the manned submersibles under the same terms and conditions, look and don't touch. And we have already several stakeholders from this sector as well on board, which are enjoying our underwater cultural heritage through their submarines. So access for manned submersibles is the same. We have the part of the booking system which is dedicated to the submersibles. So one can select the name of the submersible operator, then select the site, book for a date, indicate the vessel, submarine type, the name of the pilot, number of passengers, and the list of passengers, and then book the ticket. And through the system, all the stakeholders are again will be addressed and informed on the dive. So all this is as well backed through marketing and promotion, where we are putting up Maltese Islands as a market leader in the field of deep water wreck diving and technical diving. So a lot of articles on our sites is published through the popular magazines such as Military History, for example. Then we are very often publishing the articles in different magazines which are concerned with dive tourism, technical diving, and popular and the magazines which are writing about popular science and maritime archaeology as well. And from another side, there is a part of scientific journals which are also publishing articles about our sites. We are as well inviting so many journalists from all around the world which are offered to dive at our sites and publish in their respective magazines as well. Here you can see, for example, the article published in Magazine Plunge. Our marketing and promotion is as well streamed through social media. We have a Facebook page of Underwater Cultural Heritage Unit, but as well we have Facebook pages dedicated to our most prominent sites. There is also Twitter account and Instagram account where we are publishing the images, and as well through the images we are enforcing our rules and regulations like look, don't touch, and respect marine life while diving on our historical sites. Promotion is done as well on the tourism fairs and dive shows all around the world. This previous year, that's a little bit stopped because of coronavirus, but we hope that we will restore this activity as well once opportunity will arise. This is usually backed very generously by Malta's tourism authority. Then outreach campaigns in order to inform general public on the importance of underwater cultural heritage sites are conducted in Malta, and many presentation is given in the high schools, elementary schools, in order to attract the kids, both by frontal speaking and discussions, but as well we are using a lot VR in order to allow the children and the adults as well to have interactive experience on our cultural heritage sites. Model will be accepted as one of the models of good practice along the Mediterranean and wider. And I would like to invite you to come to Malta and dive into History with Heritage Malta, which is sharing and caring for Malta's underwater cultural heritage. Thank you for your attention, and I would like to thank to a consortium of Mid-Dry Dive for this opportunity to present our management system. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kovacevic. Very interesting presentation and a lot of news for me about the organization of underwater archaeology management in Malta. And as new director of this new office in Italy of the National Superintendency for Underwater Cultural Heritage, we are involved together with other institutions in the planning in the maritime spatial planning. You know very well the maritime spatial planning is the tool to manage the use of the sea to ensure that human activities place in an efficient, safe and sustainable way. Is your work also directed to this purpose in your country? Are you working in the maritime spatial planning?
Well, we are basically now in the process of developing like one geoportal, which will be pretty much available to key stakeholders and institutions, as well as to the general public. So in this part, which is for general public, we will publish the data on sites which are very much available. But in this another level of security, let's say, we will let the stakeholders know the positions of different areas which are rich in underwater cultural heritage, so they can plan ahead when it comes to the management of maritime spaces around the Republic of Malta.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I have also to announce that people can make questions to the presenter through the live chat. So if there are any questions, our collaborators inform me on the chat, and I can do the questions to everybody. So I don't know if someone. Okay, otherwise we can move to the third speaker. Is Angelo Maglis. Angelos is a member of the Hellenic Institute of Marine Archaeology and experienced diver and sailor, as he participated in numerous underwater archaeological expeditions in the last 17 years. And he has been actively engaged in implementation of a number of European national and regional air and TDE projects concerning the promotion and protection of underwater cultural heritage. Some of the most significant ones have been awarded the project Anno Magnitonisi, the awarded project BlueMed, the UCCA project, the Lab for Dive, the Dive Safe, the Dry Dive that hosts this conference, the MAR e-box, and the awarded project for Helix Sea and Sea and I Blue Culture. So Angelos, please present your presentation titled The Road Map for the Sustainable Valorization of Accessible Underwater Cultural Heritage, Integration of BlueMed Model for Open and Accessible to All Sites. Welcome, please.
Thank you, Barbara. I would like also to apologize to you because I forgot to introduce you in the beginning.
Don't worry. Don't worry.
At this moment, I will do it now. So give me 1 minute I will take 1 minute from my presentation. So Barbara Davide Patriazzi is an underwater archaeologist of the Italian Ministry of Culture. In 1993, she was the first female underwater archaeologist of the ministry, authorized by a ministry degree to direct underwater excavation and underwater documentations. Since December 2020, she is superintendent of the National Superintendence of Underwater Cultural Heritage, Taranto, and since February 2021, she is also superintendent at interim of the Superintendenza per i beni archeologici artisti e storici per la provincia di Brindisi e Lecce. From 2019 to present, she is a member of the Scientific and Technical Advisory Body of the 2001 UNESCO Convention on the Protection of Underwater Cultural Heritage. From Paris, France, 2009 to present, she is adjunct professor of underwater archaeology at Roma University. From 2017 up to 2022, she was official in charge of underwater archaeology, Central Institute of Archaeology of the Ministry of Culture. Since 1993, she worked for the Underwater Archaeology Operation Unit of the Central Institute for Restoration, and since 2011 to 2020, she directed the Archaeology Operation Unit of the same institute. She is an author of numerous, more than 130 scientific and popular papers on underwater archaeology and a manual on underwater archaeology with Roberto Patriazzi. So, sorry.
Thank you.
Just starting my presentation. Sorry. Okay, I'm going to present you a roadmap for sustainable valorization of accessible underwater cultural heritage. And this is a paper prepared by me and my two colleagues, Anastasia Fourchiotto, an archaeologist, and Dimitra Papadopoulou, an environmental engineer. The potential of all inclusive underwater accessible cultural heritage sites, it's obvious because it contributes to local touristic and socio-economic development without an environmental burden, requires small investment, benefit is attributed directly to local communities. The model is sustainable over time, compatible with the modern model of tourism development in the Mediterranean, and creates a competitive advantage. And this gives us an opportunity which has to do with an increased interest that we are facing in underwater cultural heritage and underwater cultural archaeological discoveries. A great timing for the responsible promotion of UCH assets in the Mediterranean, which are mostly unknown to the public, and an opportunity for sustainable blue growth through underwater cultural tourism. So we have the BlueMed model and the roadmap. The BlueMed model is an integrated approach for the promotion of underwater cultural and natural heritage, and the BlueMed roadmap is a plan of how to make the accessible underwater cultural heritage sites accessible to all. And by saying all, I mean divers and non-divers. So the BlueMed model is a complete and inclusive model about both the protection and promotion of AUCH. Basic principle is the in situ preservation and promotion of the sites, offers protection in the long term, supports continuous study and research of the sites in most cases, because we can continue studying them in future and with other kind of means and methodologies and technologies, and enhances local socioeconomic and touristic development, and also raises public awareness, and the most important of all, creates behavioral change. It combines physical and distance accessibility, and concerning the main topic of today's conference, which is the technological relevance of what we are doing, it also introduces augmented reality technologies for scuba divers, free divers, snorkelers, and boat tours, and of course, the dry dive technologies with the knowledge awareness centers, which are creates an inclusion for non-divers, the digital material and online access, example as the Serious Game, and of course, some age specialization and educational character tools like the board games. Here you can see a picture of the augmented reality diving system for the divers. Here you can see some pictures of the dry dive techniques for the non-divers and the divers, of course. And here you can see our MedDive in the past.eu platform, which we try to combine all the relevant materials and to be access to all. And of course, the sustainability, we measure it continuously, we monitor it with a number of indicators, both for environmental indicators, both for the cultural, not to destroy or to lose anything, social, how the local communities can benefit, and economical indicators, because whatever we do, it must be sustainable, only economically, even if some things are paid by EU funds or from the state. Now, the roadmap. The roadmap is how we are going to do this, and it provides guidelines to coastal areas and islands, and not only, because we have also mainland water sites that they have underwater cultural heritage, for implementing the previous BlueMed model. It encounters various environmental, cultural, and socioeconomic factors of each area. So we see the locality, which is very important, and in order to achieve sustainability in long term. It can be bottom-up or top-down approach, and this is extremely important, especially the bottom-up approach. Involves local and regional stakeholders, competent authorities and management bodies, and focuses on policies and technical aspects to be considered when drafting AUCH valorization action plans. The BlueMed roadmap is a comprehensive guide to update the BlueMed model. It's adjustable to coastal regions and islands, not only the Mediterranean, but also wherever similar underwater natural and cultural assets exist. Defines the technical operation and policy requirements to fulfill, provides support for funding and financial issues, and offers guidance for the operation of AUCH sites or the realization and operation of a knowledge awareness center. The Blue Met roadmap addresses to the public and stakeholders coming from the private sector. All initiatives can be based on the top-down or bottom-up approach, as we have already said, and synergies on international, national, regional, and local level in the framework of funding programs. So it can be used by ministries of culture, tourism, environment, international organizations, regional authorities, municipalities, NGOs, universities and scientific research institutions, local clubs and civil societies, economic actors of the tourism sector, diving sector, nautical clubs, or even to individuals. Among key issues to consider are strategies and direction approach, mapping and the selection of sites, implementation team and cooperation framework, possible risk to account for, and of course, funding. Now, if we are going to see these steps in step by step, it's the mapping and selection of sites, the sustainable tourism development, the cooperation framework, the operation framework, and the management framework, and finally, the realization of the Knowledge Awareness Center. So, in more detail, the mapping of the sites in the area is very important, and there should be at least one, but preferably more underwater cultural heritage sites in the area in order for a weekly destination to be achieved. This could be either ancient or modern times sites, and in order to find out, reach out to the competent authority. Of course, if we take Greece, for example, still we have thousands of unknown to the competent authority ancient ranks in the country that must be declared to the national authorities by the local people, and this is the behavioral change that we need to achieve. And of course, the examination of the local legislative framework in each country is very important. So to see what is currently forbidden or what is currently foreseen for the protection and promotion, if an underwater archaeological site or historical site is already declared, and if it is declared, if it is accessible, as in the case of Greece, and check also for special condition, example, if it is located with a marine protected area or something else. So the condition of the site must be considered in the mapping effort. So what is the level of study and documentation of the site? Most of the known sites are not studied or documented properly yet, because this takes a great effort and a lot of money, and this is the first step. Examine the preservation condition of the site or sites and abundance of remains in situ, study the marine, natural environment condition and features, how we are going to protect or highlight them. Also, concerning the physical accessibility conditions, usual prevailing weather conditions are very important. Distance from access point, easiness of access and proximity to a bay or nautical crossing, need for special approach when the site is adjacent to, for example, an aquaculture or within a marine protected area. The depth of the site also defines the accessibility and the level of the divers. And of course, there are different alternatives concerning accessibility, like diving, technical diving, snorkeling, on-site 3D rendering, remote access with 3D technologies, in situ boat access with, again, VR technologies, etc. And attraction of sites, condition and abundance of remains defines the quality of AR, VR content and the divers' interest. So sometimes we need more AR content in order to make a site more attractive, or less if the site is self-attractive in reality. Also, rarity and historicity of the site feature attracts visitors, so the story is telling. It's very, very important, maybe the most important thing. And of course, marine environment features and biodiversity, including rare species, is a strong asset for divers. Second step is the selection of site or sites, and we take into account different things. So if, let's say, this site can be alone, or it can be in a network or a strong thematic network, regional, national, or international. And of course, we must select the appropriate departure and arrival points on land, design on the physical dive trail, develop the augmented diving service to improve scuba diver experience, which is an optional tool, and selection of the location to create a knowledge awareness center, which is a must according to our opinion. And the touristic character of destination, define whether the selected site could become a daily or a weekly tourist destination, which is this very important and has to do also with the strategy and with different characteristic of the site. Combining a visit to a number of UCH sites when they are located nearby creates an economy of scale, also for the cost. And concerning the diving tourism, if we must have diving centers operating near the site, it's not only the case. We have areas in which we have accessible underwater cultural heritage sites, but still we do not have diving centers. And of course, all of this, they can result in a recreational diving tourism in the area. The third step is the sustainable tourism development, and we must see if there are other attractions in the area, land museums, monuments, park, etc. And of course, if there are, these attractions can be create a relevant combination like other diving sites, yachting, leisure activities, etc. And of course, the local infrastructure, which is again very important because we have sites in Greece that they are very, very, very rich concerning the underwater cultural heritage, but they are not, the offered tourism infrastructure is very poor. And this is important. And of course, also is the importance of accessibility. And not only to have an airport nearby or a port, but also to have boats. And when I'm saying boats, I mean schedule of boats, to have accessibility of boats. Or when we are having an airport, we must have also planes coming, and we must know this in advance. So to have a regular and not ad hoc flight. And these are very important things when we want to create a tourism product, because what we know is that by September every year, October, the divers are planning their vacation for next summer. And in a lot of cases, we cannot offer this if we do not have planned flights at a particular place, like Almiros, for example. Now, the framework approach, and here we must see from the beginning if it's going to be a bottom-up initiative or a top-down initiative. Of course, at the end, whatever it was the beginning, we must build a very strong collaborative network with engaging all of the local community stakeholders coming into the project, including the regional and the national authorities. Nothing can be done without the Ministry of Culture, without the Ministry of Environment and the Ministry of Tourism. Nothing can be done without the local municipality and the regional authorities. So we need all of the players involved, and especially the underwater archaeologists, that they must finish or continue studying the sites, create the story, provide all the necessary infrastructure work in order something to be really accessible or being accessible with digital means, dry dive means. Now, risk assessment. Of course, there are several risks, and you can imagine some of them. According to our experience, the most important is the socio, let's say, risk. So we have seen in some places that are while it is obvious that there is a benefit for the local communities as a whole. Sometimes there are particular interests of, let's say, of some political opponents to the local authorities, or sometimes some, let's say, interest of local fishermen or local boat owners or whatever, which can create some sort of problems. That's why the public consultation from the very, very beginning, and including all the local stakeholders, is extremely important. And of course, it is very important to secure the funding. This cannot be done from the beginning. That's why the bottom-up initiative at the beginning of the local stakeholders, which they are going to have a long-term interest, a benefit, this can give them their motivation to start working in this project, and including the necessary partners, they can create funding opportunities coming from national, regional, and EU funding programs. The sixth step is the management framework, which is in any case a multilateral partnership involving the competent ministries, the local region, and the local municipalities. And of course, the management body is going to depend from country to country, but let's say in Greece, the management body is always the Ministry of Culture and Sports, but the funding is coming also from the region. And of course, we have a strong engagement of operating the local knowledge awareness center by the local municipality. And in this way, we create a collaborative framework with different responsibilities and roles of all competent partners, not excluding, of course, the local diving center, the local diving community, all other kind of ministry, like the Ministry of Environment or the Ministry of Tourism. And the final is the operational, not final, because we have also the Knowledge Awareness Center, but we have then the operational framework. So here is smaller things like how many months we are going to open, how we are going to secure the site, if we are going to have people controlling the site or securing the site, who is going to pay them, what about the tickets, if we are going to have tickets in diving or in the Knowledge Awareness Center, who is going to be responsible for the management of the local awareness center. So we need to take into account all of these issues, and who is going to do the marketing, who is going to release the relevant material with the approval of the Ministry of Culture and Sport, etc., etc. And of course, we must have some sort of regulation, because we have also sensitive matters concerning the sustainability of cultural and environmental assets, and we must have ways of solving very quickly and easily the different problems. And this is the final step, is the Knowledge Awareness Centers, which are very important. Here you see on the left the Knowledge Awareness Center in Alonistos. We have created also relevant centers in Croatia and in Italy, or either new buildings or inside local museums. And these are very important centers for the divers and non-divers, because for the divers, they can see all the information before diving, especially, or even after diving, and also as this information can be found on the internet or can be found in the other Knowledge Awareness Center. They have all of them, because everything is digital, the same more or less digital material. This can create an international thematic route and an international thematic product that create a critical mass. And just to tell you a number, last year in the pilot run of Knowledge Awareness Center of Alonissos. We have 1,000 visitors inside the pandemic and we had more of 100 questionnaires answered, and 2% of them were divers. But from the other 98%, 50% of them said after the visit that they are going to become divers to visit Peristera Wreck. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Angelos. And I know BlueMed project very well because we are working together with the Istituto Centrale per il Restauro in the past. So I don't have a question for you, and I think that we can go to the other speakers in the program. Is Dr. Yang Yonghua. Hello.
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah. Good morning. Sorry. I hope that I pronounce in the right way your name.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Yes.
No problem.
And Dr. Yang is a researcher and conservation scientist of underwater cultural heritage in the West Sea Cultural Heritage Division and Underwater Excavation and Conservation Division of the National Research Institute of Maritime Cultural Heritage of South Korea. He's completed his PhD in 2008 at Konju National University and graduated from Korea National Open University with a Bachelor of Laws in 2016. He has been involved in several maritime research projects, including the analysis of manufacturing technology and production area of underwater excavation ceramics, 2005 to present, exploration project of underwater cultural heritage by a 3D seismic survey system, a development project of underwater cultural heritage research technology using Crabster CR2000, and a lot of other underwater cultural heritage projects. At the moment, he is in charge of planning and evaluating various projects of the National Research Institute for Maritime Cultural Heritage. So please, you are welcome to present your presentation today, titled Laws, Policies, Techniques, and the Utilization for the Protection of Underwater Cultural Heritage in Republic of Korea. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Nice to meet you. It's my pleasure to be able to speak here in front of you today. I'm Jung Yonghua of National Research Institute of Maritime Culture in the Republic of Korea. I will talk about the law, policies, technique, and utilization for the protection of underwater culture in Korea. The Korean Peninsula is surrounded by water on three sides. Hence, most underwater cultural items here are found on the seabed, but in mudflat near the coast. From 1971 to 2020, a total of 333 reports were filed related to the discovery of underwater cultural objects. 249 reports from the LOC, 72 reports from the South Sea, and 12 reports from the East Sea. In Korea, it began with the underwater excavation of the Shinhan shipwreck, which began in 1976. Since then, a total of 32 times underwater excavation have taken place with 14 shipwrecks and about 100,000 of relics being excavated. Most of these shipwrecks have been from the Goryeo dynasty, and they have been found in the LOC along the west coast, which has long been popular maritime route. Korean law relating to the cultural heritage, the laws governing the protection and investigation of cultural heritage that are currently in effect include the Cultural Heritage Protection Act, Act on the Protection and Inspection of Varied Cultural Heritage, on offshoot of the Cultural Heritage Protection Act, Act on Cultural Heritage Maintenance, etc., the Act on the Safeguarding and Promotion of Intangible Cultural Heritage, and Special Act on the Preservation and Promotion of Ancient Cities. Among the supporting legislation and regulation of the Cultural Heritage Preservation Fund Act, Act on the National Trust of Cultural Heritage and National Environmental Set, Act on the establishment of the Korea National University of Cultural Heritage and Cultural Heritage Community Regulations. The Cultural Heritage Administration is authorized to manage administrative affairs pertaining to the nation cultural heritage under these laws and regulations. Since 2020, last year, a task force team has been formed and reviewed to enact an Underwater Cultural Heritage Protection Act. Korea National University of Cultural Heritage have 7 departments: conservation, archaeology, etc. Legal definition of underwater cultural heritage. The Act on the Protection and Inspection of Buried Cultural Heritage, which is designed to regulate the national underwater cultural heritage and includes specific provision on underwater cultural heritage, sets forth the following definition and scope of underwater cultural heritage. Article 2 definition as tangible cultural heritage buried or disturbed or underwater. And then Article 3, scope of tangible cultural heritage buried or disturbed underwater. In inland water, territorial areas, exclusive economic zone, tangible cultural heritage originated from the Republic of Korea, which is sited on the sea, sea. Tangible cultural heritage in the Act on the Protection and Inspection of Buried Cultural Heritage is defined as below in the Cultural Heritage Protection Act. A tangible cultural heritage, historic, artistic, and academic bell, a record book, ancient document, and other archaeological resource. Underwater Excavation Inspection Institution is National Research Institute of Maritime Cultural Heritage, only one, and 9 of which are underwater ground surface inspection institutions in order to directly investigate underwater cultural heritage. Organizations must be registered and obtain approval according to Article 24. Legislation of Buried Cultural Heritage Inspection Institutions of the Act on the Protection and Inspection of Buried Cultural Heritage, which is intended to ensure efficient protection and professional investigation of underwater cultural heritage. Article 14 is types of inspection institution, registration criteria, etc. Underwater ground space inspection institution and underwater excavation inspection institution. The method and procedure for ground surface inspection are prescribed in the rule on method and proceeds ground surface inspection, while the details of the method and procedure are described in appendix. Cultural heritage is protected and managed by the government in Korea. The NRI-MCH of the Cultural Heritage Administration is responsible for developing policies and conducting projects related to the nation's underwater cultural heritage. A few countries have established state-run institutions dedicated to develop, protecting, preserving, and conducting research on underwater cultural heritage. Underwater cultural heritage that is of cultural value is designed as a national historic heritage and protected as such even in the middle of excavation work. NRI-MCH is an organization under the Cultural Heritage Administration. 1976 to 1984, Shinan Shibira excavation, and 1981, for Conservation Center open, 1990, name changed into Mokpo Maritime Cultural Heritage Conservation Center. And then 1994, they organized into National Maritime Museum. And 2007, they organized institute in 2 divisions, Planning and Management Division, Curated Research Division. And 4th division is Planning and Management Division, Underwater Excavation Division, Maritime Heritage Research Division, Exhibition and Public Division. And 2009, they organized into National Research Institute of Maritime Cultural Heritage, changing institute name. 2011, Taean Underwater Cultural Heritage Conservation Center open. 2017, Taean National Maritime Museum open. As of 2019, NRIMCH consists of 5 divisions. The Underwater Excavation Division is in charge of conducting ground surface inspections, operating and managing underwater inspection equipment, carrying out research on the development of underwater inspection technology, and preserving the underwater cultural heritage. The Maritime Heritage Research Division deals with such matters as the reconstruction of ancient ships and research on maritime culture and conservation. A total of 147 people are working at NRIMCH, including 75 government employees. NRIMCH has an annual budget of approximately $15.7 million for year 2018, and last year 2020 budget and it's $22 million. It's grow little by little every year. The main faculty of NRIMCH includes head office, museum, and #1 conservation center in Mokpo, and another conservation center and museum in Taean. In middle 2002, a team of excavation experts who had completed the diving training offered by the National Research Institute of Maritime Cultural Heritage began to get involved in another underwater excavation. NRIMCH concentrates its effort on building the physical infrastructure necessary to inspect underwater cultural heritage site from 2002 to 2013. As a result, the infrastructure has greatly improved with the addition of the 18-ton underwater exploration vessel Seamuse, which was built in 2006, the 219-ton underwater excavation vessel Durian, built from 2010 to 2013, and the other inspection equipment, including side scan sonar, multi-beam echo sounder, magnetometer, ROV, scanning sonar, metal detector, and parametric subatom profiler, as well as the equipment of 15 divers. And when underwater excavation field work is complete, underwater excavation report will be published in the following year. Since 2013, NRIMCH has focused on developing technologies for inspecting and excavating underwater cultural site. Ultimately, we want to provide the optimal survey equipment and exploration technology. First, develop the project of underwater cultural exploration technology. We used many exploration equipment for this project. After all, the equipment then can be used in Korea. The exploration equipment used for the study was applied seabed topography and imaging research, seabed geological exploration, and the geomagnetic exploration. Each piece of equipment was operated at variable frequency to compare the data. The method of survey include depth, side tour, rear tour, and point survey, and the speed of survey vessel for seabed geological exploration and geomagnetic exploration did not exceed 6 km per hour. Seabed topography and imaging research is multibeam echo sounder, static sonar, scanning sonar. Seabed geological exploration is parametric subatom profile, CHOP, SVP, dual frequency. Geomagnetic exploration is two-kind magnetometer. Seabed geological exploration result is model number 3 wooden ship, size at length 12 meter, wide 8 meter, 8 to 2.5 meter. We can see the signal, acoustic scattering layer, and acoustic blank layer. The transmitters is lowered remarkably. We developed new equipment for underwater cultural disease exploration. Sludge type underwater metal detection system, EM Model 1. EM Model 1 system construction, DigiPads, laptop and software, EM Model 1 main module, and sludge type antenna coil. Second project, the KIGA, as Korea Institute of Geoscience and Mineral Resource, has developed the 3D dimension seismic survey system, EOS 3D-A. This is drone image and 3D seismic survey system towing image. A 3D rendering and model number 4 wooden ship is buried 3 meter. 3D rendering using ParaView program. The last developed project of underwater cultural heritage research technology using CREST, the CRISO, Korea Research Institute Ship and Ocean Engineering, has developed the underwater working robot CREST CR200 and CR6000. We have many equipment on the CREST, acoustic camera, high resolution scanning sonar, multibeam echo sounder, USBL, ADCP, optical camera, etc. CREST CR200 is max operating depth is 200 meters, and CREST CR6000 is max operating depth 6,000 meters. The left side is scanning sonar image, radius 40 meters. The right side is mosaic of acoustic camera image, radius 12 meters. We have a more detailed image of fish trap, iron pot, and trace of footprint. The acoustic camera was very useful for real-time images. Though we have many optical cameras on the CREST, we could not have good image from them due to the turbid water in the area. However, we could get real-time image with acoustic camera instead of optical camera. Utilization of underwater cultural heritage. Underwater cultural heritage is being utilized in various ways. It includes exhibition, education, and tourism products in museum. Digital video educational materials were developed for beginners in underwater archaeology. It is a 4K video and underwater 360-degree VR video, and 3D animation was produced for children by developed the relics excavated by Tian Shibilek as character. A content development and experience zone was created to indirectly experience the excavation and investigation of underwater cultural heritage. There is also a virtual reality exhibition where you can enjoy the exhibition online regardless of the location. 2019, 2 years ago, the Korea's Cultural Heritage Administration declared 6 straits of cultural heritage future forest vision. One of the 6 key straits is a 20 years plan of underwater cultural heritage and maritime cultural heritage. The CAFLAN budget is 355.5 million US dollar. First, establishment of infrastructure by region, 6 regions, based on the nature and distribution of maritime relic, the three sides of the sea, specialized for each region. First, Jeolla Province, Maritime Silk Road Research, and second, Tan region, develop of UCH investigation technology, South Sea region, exploration of naval war sites, for East Sea region, Ulleungdo and Dokdo specialization, Jeju Island region, Island Maritime Culture Research, 6, Gyeonggi Province region, South and North Korea joint research. Expansion of specialized institute. Now it's 1 institute, but future we will make 6 institute. In next year, 2022, the West Sea Culturality Division will be reorganized to the Tan National Research Institute of Maritime Cultural Heritage and will be made secularity. Composition of Maritime Cultural Heritage Complex, establishment of a Maritime Heritage Cluster with accumulated conservation faculty, educational faculty, ICT-based exhibit and experience, R&D, and forest faculty. First, establishment and operate on UCH Education Training Center. Establishment of an UCH Education Training Center and dedicated institute. Development and operation of professional education program in UCH. Second, extension of UCH exploration and excavation infrastructure. Build and operation of research vessel for multi-purpose research of UCH. And build and operation of automated vessel for exploration vessel of UCH. 3, expansion of infrastructure for conservation and analysis of UCH. Establishment of conservation faculty for large water loose wooden artifact. This faculty is last year we finished project. 4, improving exhibition environment of Maritime Museum. Construction of ICT exhibition space for Maritime Museum, development and the operation of children experience and education contents. Strengths, international cooperation in Asia-Pacific region, support for 2001 Convention on the Protection of Underwater Cultural Heritage, establishment of APCUCH, Asia-Pacific Cooperation on Underwater Cultural Heritage, STEM in the Asia-Pacific region. Second, development of international education program in the Asia-Pacific region using the Underwater Cultural Heritage Training Center. 3, dissemination of varied cultural heritage digital archiving system and cultural heritage GIS system. Second, expansion of ODA project in underwater cultural heritage, joint underwater excavation, support for exploration equipment, conservation faculty and equipment, education support for conservation of underwater artifact, joint research on underwater excavation site and underwater artifact, exchange exhibition of underwater artifact. Improvement of law and regulation of underwater cultural heritage. First, improvement of law and regulation of UCH in Korea. Improvement of Act on the protection and inspection of varied cultural heritage. Second, establishment of Underwater Cultural Heritage Protection Act. Second, review of ratification of the 2001 Convention on the Underwater Cultural Heritage. Cultivate specialized in UCH. Cultivate specialists in excavation and research of underwater cultural heritage. Second, cultivate specialists and exhibition and education of maritime cultural heritage. Thank you so much.
Thank you to you for this very interesting presentation on the South Korea's progress for underwater archaeological research. It's very interesting, and it's also interesting how the collaboration between different professionals and the use of new technology are essential for a good knowledge of documentation and protection of cultural heritage. So I have just a question. How many people are involved in your unit, in your office?
My office is now 155 people is working. And government employees is 75 employees. And the underwater excavation team now is 15 and 20 people is working.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. And now it's a pleasure for me to introduce the last speakers of this session, Dr. Panagiota Gagliazzatou. Panagiota Gagliazzatou is a diving archaeologist of the Ephorate of Underwater Antiquities, Hellenic Ministry of Culture and Sport. He has completed her postgraduate studies in the field of burial custom and pottery. She was worked as an archaeologist in various departments of the Ministry of Culture and Sports since her graduation from the Department of History and Archaeology at the University in Athens in 2000. And since 2014 has been working as a diving archaeologist in the Ephorate of Underwater Antiquities, conducting archaeological surveys and research in the Peloponnese and island of the Argo-Saronic Gulf. Since 2018, she directed with me a collaborative underwater archaeological project in ancient Epidaurus of the Ephorate of Underwater Antiquities, the Italian Archaeological School in Athens, and the Central Institute of Restoration. She has published a number of articles in classical burial custom and pottery, underwater archaeology and cultural management, and so it's a pleasure to give the room to her with her presentation, our presentation, protection and promotion of the submerged villa of the Dolia of ancient Epidaurus, methods and strategies of an international project. Please, Panagiota.
Thank you, Barbara. Hello, everybody. The submerged villa of the Dolia extends for about 1,600 square meters below sea level off ancient Epidaurus, and it is characterized by the presence of several rooms, mostly connected to a warehouse with more than 20 dolia or jars still preserved in situ. The ancient city of Epidaurus developed next to the unique natural harbor of the eastern coast of the Argolid Peninsula to the Saronic Gulf. The location of the city led to a strong focus on the sea and the creation of overseas relations. The city started sinking around 400 AD. The most important buildings that have been preserved in the so-called sunken city date to the Roman years. Until the cooperation between the Ephorate of Underwater Antiquities, the Istituto Centrale per il Restauro of Rome, and the Italian Archaeological School in Athens, which started in 2017, there had been no excavation research or conservation of antiquities in this area. During our successive scientific projects on the underwater archaeological site, 33 rooms and open spaces were located and studied, but it is certain that there are several more lying hidden under the seabed. It is now obvious that the complex consists of 3 parts, whose center is an atrium or courtyard. The villa of ancient Epidaurus should be characterized as a villa rustica, a term used by the Romans to describe a villa that was built in the countryside in an open space, often as part of a big farm of agricultural character, while the term rusticum served to distinguish those villas from the urban ones or those which were used as resorts. These villas may have served as the owner's, his family's and workers' place of residence, as well as a center of managing the agricultural produce. The villa rustica type developed mainly from the 1st century AD onwards due to new forms of accumulating wealth and power that had not existed before. Estates of rural character of the late Roman times, including the area of Argolis as well. The concentration of dolia or jars in the large oblong room that lies close to the coast can be considered as an indication that this was the agricultural center of the villa for the collection of rural production, which justifies the greater number of jars than those that would be needed in an average house. A great number of grinding stones, along with fishing weights that were found in our recent project, further support the rural character of the villa in the Roman times. During a survey near the Nissi Peninsula and the ancient so-called small theater of ancient Epidaurus, we discovered an inscription with two ancient names, Isilos and Damokritos. The name Isilos probably refers to the lyric poet Isilos from Epidaurus, who composed poems to honor Asclepius. Regarding Damokritos, in a stone seat of the ancient theater of the town, which was found at second use in the fortification of the Acropolis of Epidaurus, was written the name Damokritos. This inscription dates to the second half of the 4th century AD, and in this case can be identified with a demiurgos, whose name often makes its appearance in Greek cities. After thoroughly surveying the area and from the results of the drone documentation, we understood that the inscription actually belongs to a large square construction, 30 meters long on each side, with porticos running along each of the 4 sides. The latter are further divided into smaller rooms, a plan which resembles ancient public buildings, as for instance, outdoor sanctuaries or markets. The building technique indicates a classical or Hellenistic building, whereas at a later stage the building was reconstructed following the Roman way of walls of brick and stone. Now, in 2018 and 2019, the scheduled operations included photographic documentation and photogrammetric 3D recording, data collection of representative samples to study biological degradation of the structures, excavation and removal of debris and sand deposits covering the underwater architectural remains, analysis of the building techniques, restoration, cleaning of the surfaces from the encrusting biological layers, in-depth consolidation of the walls and pavements, and repair of wall joints and cracks, along with a number of training activities for both Greek and Italian students, archaeologists, and restorers. More specifically, apart from excavation trial trenches, conservators carried out their activity in the storehouse with the dolia, cleaning and consolidating the stone blocks on walls, and testing a method to restore in situ one of the big jars. Moreover, measures were taken for the temporary protection from weather conditions and visitors of tile floors, remains of wood, the inscription, etc., by covering them with geotextiles and sacks filled with sand. Now the archaeologists are analyzing the different chronological phases that are observed, and they are studying the artifacts recovered during the excavation, while conservators are still restoring them. The cooperation between the 3 partners mentioned above is an excellent opportunity to share techniques and best practices on conservation in situ of underwater archaeological sites, and has been conducted in the framework of the Blue Med project, where ISCR and EUA are partners. The methodologies designed in the ISCR project Restoring Underwater started in 2001. They were used in submerged bayou and in several submerged sites in Italy to the in-situ conservation of the site. In our recent projects, we excavated an area of the smaller complex of the villa. The coexistence of a rectangular room with a circular construction, the presence of pipes, and the agricultural character of the complex could be an indication for the use of this area as a linos or wine press. In this case, the circular structure could be regarded as a receptacle or hypolynion. The excavation in the interior of the circular construction brought to light a large number of pottery sherds, many of which bore traces of firing. Their dating goes back to the Middle Imperial period. Moreover, lead pieces, bronze nails, bones, and parts of glass vases were found. These finds indicate that at some point this construction had been used as a deposit area for throwing away useless objects, as not one of the vases was found intact. This use as a deposit area does not exclude the suggestion that at an earlier stage this could have been part of a wine press as proposed before. Here is shown the fragment of a lip of an oil lamp nozzle type with double spiral and pattern motif dating back to the middle of the 3rd century AD, and here a cooking pot of similar dating. The analysis of the building techniques reveals that they are remarkably varied, and they cannot always be classified in standard models and techniques. In the project of 2019, an area called Besales Room, which has taken the number 28, was excavated and studied. This was a rectangular room whose floor was covered with square clay slabs. The walls are made of large loose stones. Above the was a costume of a bath. Although they were not found in situ, their presence suggests the existence of a bath complex in the wider area of the villa. The presence of a bath in the area, separate from the main complex of the villa, is common in other examples of villas of the Roman times. Particular attention was given to the photogrammetric techniques in shallow water used for the 3D documentation of the site. There are several factors that expose the antiquities at risk, as for instance, visitors who swim on the site, stepping on the ancient walls and structures, along with the natural bioerosion. In our recent projects, apart from the biological study that was conducted, innovative materials were used for in situ restoration of architectural remains with specially formulated hydraulic mortars, and also an educational panel was placed last year on shore next to the site in order to inform visitors and raise their awareness of the dangers that the site faces. Finally, as Dr. Calamara mentioned before, an enhancement plan called Autonomous Guided and Narrated Tour over the sunken city of Epidaurus involves guiding in a glass-bottom boat, which is intended to increase the opportunities for the public to visit the site. The object of this project is the identification, conservation, documentation, and elevation of the site with the use of advanced technological practices. It takes place on board a vessel with a transparent bottom, which allows the safe implementation of automated guiding scenario from a distance. These are carried out in real time, taking into account information from sensors, such as the geographical detection of the vessel, the direction of with the use of ultrasounds to be immobilized in certain spots on particular times. The visitor sees the sunken city through the transparent bottom of the vessel and hears the guiding in his preferred languages. At the same time, the visitors watch on the monitor of a computer the three-dimensional representation of the sunken buildings as they were centuries ago, according to what has been registered in the international bibliography and our recent finds. The project is materialized with the collaboration of the F48 of Underwater Antiquities, Scientific Center Athena, and Marinco Ltd. The total duration of the project, which has started in February 2020, is 3 years. At this point, Dr. Barbara Davide Petriaggi and myself, as project coordinators, would like to heartily thank Dr. Parika Lamara, Dr. Emanuele Papi, Dr. Angeliki Simosi, and Dr. Luigi Ficacci for their support, as well as all the members of our team, Italian and Greek, who have enthusiastically worked on the field and on the research of the site the past years. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Pemi, for this clear presentation, and I hope to be able to resume work at Epidaurus as soon as possible. Yes, I don't know if there are any questions from the public. If not, no questions, they say to me. So, Angelo, I think that now Angelo Maklis can introduce to you and explain to you how the conference is going on. I close this first session of the conference. I think that at the end of this the afternoon, we have time to discuss together and to enter in deep in some matter that we have presented today. And I thank all the speakers of this session. And please, Angelos, I give you the room.
Yes, thank you, Barbara, for chairing this first session. I would like to just tell you two things. We are going to start with the session 2 at 13:30 in half an hour set time, so Central European time. So in half an hour we are going to restart, but in the meantime you can go to the networking lobby if you press the button of networking lobby, and we are going to all of us be in a Zoom environment, and in there we can see each other, speak with each other, and mainly speak or ask the presenters whatever we want and have a short discussion for this half an hour. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. We are beginning with the second session accorded to dry dive technologies, dematerializing underwater cultural heritage to make it accessible to everybody. I would like, first of all, tell you that at the end of each presentation, you may pose your questions by writing them in the private chat. And now I will focus on our theme that the development of underwater photogrammetry has led to a wide adoption of this technique to document and monitor underwater cultural heritage. The 3D models of the underwater cultural heritage assets can also be employed for promotional and dissemination purposes by implementing virtual environments that represent the marine scenario. This session presents the latest advancement in the development of technologies and applications that allow the large public, not only divers, to discover the underwater cultural heritage through different digital media. So I will ask to Mr. Felipe Cerezo of the University of Cadiz, a postdoctoral researcher in underwater archaeology, that he is focusing on harbor archaeology, to make its presentation entitled Dry Dive Experiences on the Far Side of the Mediterranean, VR and live video applied for making underwater cultural heritage accessible. I give you the speech, Mr. Cerezo.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you see the presentation?
Yes.
Okay, so I shall begin. Well, first of all, I would like to thank the organization for allowing me to be here this morning. Unfortunately, not in Greece, but I'm still very happy to be able to enjoy your company and to present this work. As you can see, I'm not Carlota Pérez Reverte. I'm Felipe Cerezo, co-author of this work. And due to a family emergency, Carlota won't be able to join us today, and therefore apologize. She has sent me her presentation, and I will be reading it. So, the work I'm going to present is part of the Project TIDE, or Atlantic Network for Developing Historical Maritime Tourism, which aims to aid organizations and practitioners in the tourism development sector in identification of potential niche tourism packages related to maritime and underwater heritage. TIDE will promote the use of virtual reality and augmented reality to enrich visitor experiences. The framework is focused on the Napoleonic, Spanish Armada, World Wars, and Atlantic immigration eras as thematic lines of work. As an Interreg project, it is the result of a partnership between different countries, France, England, Ireland, Portugal, and Spain, and stakeholders from many different regions and other countries such as Canada. The main partners are from the region of Donegal, Devon, Madeira, Pays du Loire, Cantabria, and Cadiz, which is the only research institution in the project, the University of Cadiz. I am going to present just the work being developed by the University of Cadiz in Spain. As you can see in the map, Cadiz is located in the south of Spain. This is Spain, the south of Spain, between the Mediterranean Sea and the Atlantic Ocean. It is an area with a great historical, archaeological, and natural interest due to the convergence of these two seas, the Atlantic and the Mediterranean. Regarding our work in the university in this project, we are developing three lines of action: a toolkit, some pilot experiences developed exclusively by us, and a shared pilot developed in collaboration with other partners. Let us start with the toolkit. It is a toolkit for the identification and enhancement of maritime and underwater cultural heritage. It is the result of a doctoral work and therefore of a bibliography study and the analysis of a series of case studies. It's followed the line of work of the UNESCO, despite the fact that not all the countries are part of the project, that are part of the project have seen the convention. Its objective is to identify and enhance heritage, not to create a tourism product itself. It is also include exercises to reinforce the learning process and help to start working. It creates the frame and the general protocols to be followed by all the partners inside the project. It is currently being implemented to develop the pilot projects by the partners, but also in Donegal is being tested by all the institutions involved in the maritime heritage of the area to develop new strategies to face the crisis caused by the COVID virus. If this toolkit is the result of an investigation, it is because all of our work in the University of Cádiz has been conceived as a research project since its inception. We are now in the development phase of the pilots, and we will establish a series of key performance indicators in relation to the heritage, the natural environment, and the social impact. We will implement these pilots and this key performance indicator and will be evaluated. And with the data gathered, we will be able to feedback the research and improve our work in this field. About the pilot experiences, there are 3 lines of work. I won't go, Carlota won't go deep into the 2 first one. They will be further explaining in a later talk made by me, because as you can see, here we are mixing result of 2 projects, Heracles project and Tide project. So just to name them, the first line of work is related to underwater routes, underwater trails, underwater routes developed for non-professional divers with museographic elements in the bottom, with it and preceded by an educational formation in order to raise awareness among divers. The second line of work is a dry dive experience based on 360 degrees video, as you can see, for example. A technique that will be combined with augmented reality in order to offer a visit to an underwater site enriched and more interactive. But as I was mentioning, I rather focus on the 3rd line of work that we are developing inside the pilots, which is an underwater streaming solution. Our objective is here to broadcast audio and video in real time to land for the underwater site while we are working on the excavation. As you might know, this university carry out different excavation during the year with our students. The idea is to share this work in real time with other members of the project and other institutions that may have educational or similar purpose. This is, of course, being technically developed by a team of engineers, but I will try my best to explain how it works and where are we so far. As you can see in this slide, we have a set of sensors and underwater cameras that capture the image of a wreck and the condition in which it is located, salinity, temperature, turbidity, and another indicators. The data is sent through a router that packages the data and send it as source thanks to the omnidirectional antenna, which is in a buoy up of the site. The data is received and processed in land and can be displayed in a screen at home, via internet, at home, in a museum, in a school, or at a university to see how underwater archaeology works. As you can see here, the buoy is not small, it's rather a little bit big, but it's big enough to be mobile, which is very important because the campaigns that we are conducting are in several sites and we want to use this solution in several types of underwater sites, shipwreck, modern shipwreck, ancient shipwreck, or even in underwater harbor context. Here you can see the antenna are one of the 5 cameras that we are going to use underwater, fixed in several positions. And so far, this is the status of the work. all that can be tested in land has already been tested successfully. And we hope to the next week, or maybe at the end of May, to make the first test of all the components under the water. Okay. Finally, we have a pilot shared between several countries. In this case, it's a video game based on virtual reality, a fully immersive game based on diving and archaeology. As we do not have image yet, we have made this small presentation for you to explain a little bit how the game works. Maybe for STEAM Awards 2021. The game is being developed by the University of Cadiz and Clarté. It's a French company specialized in new technologies. And we also be implemented in Madeira, the region of Madeira, and in the region of Cantabria. In the case of Cadiz, it will be able to a local museum and another cultural institution of the region. We have called it, for the moment, Hunting Modern Pirates. And the story we are developing is basically that, to expose a treasure hunter through archaeological evidence. A treasure hunter has been spotted looting a wreck near Cadiz. This is the history of the video game. So the Spanish authorities suspect it is a Spanish shipwreck. The treasure hunter claims it is a Dutch ship and that they have all the permits needed to take the cargo. The job of the player is to go to the site and gather information to discover the truth and help archaeologists in the work. There will be different levels of difficulty with more or less extra help for the player and different outcomes. So in all the endings, we discover that the treasure hunter is lying, as they often do. It will be with audio track in different languages, at the moment in English, in Portuguese, and in Spanish, and maybe also in French. About the dynamic of the game, we have to find a way to help the player during the game since he or she probably won't have archaeological background. Considering this, we have created a fantastic lab ship with a dreaming equipment to help the player on the research. The player will be diving with a tablet to send the data to the lab ship and will receive assistance via tablet and audio through a Kirby case. Here we can see an example. The player sees a canyon half buried, and oh, this is awesome. Is there an inscription? The assistant of the game gives this information to the player in order to identify the artifact and, depending on the level of difficulty, provide additional advice about how to proceed. The player does an action, maybe look closer, and there will be another kind of action, like will be take a photo, take a sample, use light, and give this data to the lab ship, and then gathers the clue and the information that help us to discover the truth. The assistant of the game helps the player to process the process of interpretation of the result, like in an archaeological excavation. And so will be different types of artifacts from the cargo to the naval architecture, including many other objects, each one with different information, some more relevant for the quest and some a little bit less. The game ends with when the player runs out of air, and then the game will present an automatic report with all the information gathered and the degree of success. We are also working on the possibility of adding some extra bonuses or medal for some extra features, such as cleaning garbage or spotting different kinds of animal or plants. The idea of the different levels of difficulty and the extra option is to try to make the game likely replayable. Regarding the development of the game, Clarté, the French company, is working in the background that will be based on the photogrammetry of a real site that we have already gathered. And we are working on the modeling of the archaeological object that will be displayed on the site. We are also working on the modeling of the ship. We will be a fictitious ship, of course. And we hope all the modeling will be finished by the end of the summer. But setting a date for the launching will be premature at this point since there are a lot of work remaining concerning the movement of the player and the interaction with the virtual environment. Since it has been proved that gamification in virtual environments encourages engagement, we think it will be a great opportunity to create a learning space about archaeology, naval history, and the importance to preserve the underwater cultural heritage. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this very interesting presentation. The project that you are dealing with gives you a lot of opportunity to make different things around underwater archaeology. I don't see any question for the public that you can make them through the private chat, but I would like to ask you two things. First of all, do you address this dry dive experience and the serious game to a special group from the point of view of age? I mean, mainly. And besides, have you, the serious game can be played only outside the sea or even underwater? Have you thought of a game underwater? Could that be plausible?
They are two good questions. The last one, for us, it is not possible because it's a fictitious shipwreck. So we don't want to have a real shipwreck to play with it. We don't like to give the idea that maybe they can do it in reality. You know, the archaeological work is made by the archaeologist or conservator or people with the proper certification. But you can help them through this game in a fictitious game. Regarding the age, yes, this is an interesting question. This is why we have chosen several levels of difficulty in the serious game. But for the solution of the virtual reality 360 degrees with the virtual reality, I'm going to explain in the conference later how do we approach this issue.
So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And you wait for, okay. And now you can, I will ask to Mrs. Rita Oriema, archaeologist and researcher in the Department of Cultural Heritage in the Salento University, to be with us. She is an underwater archaeologist, and she's also interested in coastal and underwater seascapes archaeology. And she's teaching, she has taught to different universities. The focuses of her research are archaeology or geoarchaeology of coastal landscapes and aspects of ancient economy history, in particular maritime routes and transport, goods and markets. So please, you go with your presentation entitled The Underwater Wonderland of Ancient Puglia, a wonderland with us now.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Calamara, for the kind acceptance of our contribution for the perfect organization of this conference. I was in the last edition in Athens, but it's a wonderful memory, and I hope that there will be another occasion to see you again. So I can start with this presentation that deals with two research of seascapes archaeology, and from which two storytellings and two apps come from, were originated. I have to premise that only rigorous research, only to underline that only rigorous research can ensure the full documentation and knowledge, the more correct interpretation, and consequently the better communication of an archaeological evidence. I'll present two sites: the shipwreck of the columns in the Navis Lapidaria cargo in the Porto Cesareo Marine Protected Area, and the late antique shipwreck in the Torre Guaceto Marine Protected Area. I would like if you can see the presentation, Mrs. Calamara. It's everything
yes,
is okay. Okay.
Yes, everything is okay.
Perfect. So both these sites have shared. Both these sides have characteristics that make it possible to highlight a series of aspects aimed at the evaluation of the sea level changes since antiquity, but above all at the reconstruction of ancient environment. The first case study is the ship, as I told you, the ship of the columns of Porto Cesareo, the storytelling of an unfinished journey. In this research and this valorization has been carried out in the framework of a project strongly wanted and financed by the Puglia region Seascapes project. The ship of the column of Porto Cesareo is one of the Naves Lapidarie, located along both opposite shore. Along the Salento coast, we have three examples of this Naves Lapidario in San Pietro in Bevagna, Torre Sgarrata, and finally Porto Cesareo. Dated between the end of the second and the first half of the third century, they are the milestones of that marble route that, coming from the Aegean after overpassing the worrying Epigean Cape, crossed the Ionian Sea south of Taranto, probably level with Porto Cesareo. And this is the site, this is the impressive cargo of 5 monoliths plus 1 block of Cipollino marble of the Caristos Quarries on the Evia Island, more or less 9 meters long, 1 meter of diameter, and a weight of 78 tons. The cargo lays now at a depth of 4.4 meters, but we must imagine that we must consider that at the time of the sinking, or better, at the beaching of the ship, the sea level, the ancient sea level, was lower of 1 meter. 1.5 meters than the current one. So these are other pictures of the shipwreck and the plan of the shipwreck. And these are the Caristos Quarries on the Evia Island in Greece, with the details of a column shaft in Cipollino marble in Rome, in Basilica of Massenzio. The Porto Cesareo ships belongs to this group, these clusters of ships with marble or stone cargoes. But there were, did they exist special ships, naves lapidarie? This really exist special ships, naves lapidarie. We observed that the ships with marble cargoes are medium big size, are medium in the Mediterranean, are medium big size, medium big tonnage. The lightest cargoes are 70-80 tons. Various ancient literary and epigraphic sources tell of ships that transported stones, but only Petronio in the Satyricon uses the term naves lapidari. The question is, are they special ships, and how did they move? Were they ships or barges? We can hypothesize propulsion by sail, but the lack of space among the blocks, among the columns for hosting a main mast could suggest that some of these ships had no sail, because masts could create problems during loading and unloading the blocks, even if it was removable. But we cannot exclude the presence of a small sail towards prow. Of course, another hypothesis is the propulsion by rowing. We have an important source, Ammianus Marcellinus, who tells us about the transportation of the obelisk of the Emperor Constantius II to Rome, aboard of giant ship with moved by 300 rowers. But the most convincing, hypothesis is that the barge were towed. The towing would have been a safer solution than sailing, and would well explain the lack of the sail. And also on the relief in Leptins Magna, you can observe a navis lapidaria without the sail, without the mainmast. So we proceeded with the photogrammetric survey and the elaboration of the shape of the boat through the normal, the regular technique, the trilateration of the target, and following the direct survey method and the software site recorder. And the photogrammetric survey has produced a 3D model of the archaeological site that has been used as the base for the processing of the data in order to reconstruct the shape of the ship. For the reconstruction of the ship, we started from the shipwreck's evidences, and we proceeded in 2 stages. The first stage, the cargo reconstruction, sees a sequence of operation, the assessment of blocks reliability, the preliminary reconstruction of the cargo, the refining of block position, and at the end, the check for the cargo center of gravity. The second stage, the definition of ship's main dimension and the hydrostatic calculation, implies the preliminary definition of main ship's dimension, taking into account the suitable arrangement of the cargo, and the handling of the cargo during loading and unloading compression. The second phase is the refining process, through obviously nautical calculation. At the end of this process, in particular for the elaboration of the shape of the navis lapidaria, Porto Cesareo navis lapidaria, we started from the 3D model of a boat processed for the shipwreck of Capo Taormina, that carried a cargo of marble block and columns, very similar to the Porto Cesareo one, and with a weight comparable to the navis lapidaria of Porto Cesareo. Then, thanks to engineering calculation, the shape of the boat has been modified, has been adapted to this particular cargo of column, and this is one of the results. So this is the 3D model of the reconstructed ship, with the option of the propulsion by sail. And this is the reconstruction of the ship in the shape, in the form of the towed barge. But the goal, the purpose of this important and accurate research work was the passage from the research to the valorization through virtual reality application. Ideas, the storytelling of an unfinished journey, the final act of the travel. So it was designed and developed a virtual reality application that allows users to explore the historical events of the imperial boat in an immersive way. With the application, it is possible to go back in the past before the sinking and to explore the boat at actual state under the sea. And the digital scenes have been realized using advanced 3D modeling techniques for the real-time interaction. The design process of the application starts with the storyboarding activities, and this creative phase, obviously, designers, archaeologists, and 3D animators work together on the technical data, as the photogrammetric survey, the photos, the archaeological documents, in order to build up the storytelling of the digital scenes. On the left, you can see the image of a storyboard drawing, and on the right, the virtual reality production workflow. And these images are representative of moments of the underwater survey campaign carried out by all the actors involved, the University of Salento, University of Venice Ca' Foscari, CETMA, and Marine Protected Area of Porto Cesareo. And we carried out this the photogrammetric survey and the video in 360 degrees. So this is the data reconstruction with the 3D model of the cargo columns, and in this sequence you can see some images of the application. The digital scenes represent the boat at the original state navigating in Porto Cesareo area. The second image represents the damaged boat after the storm, or better, the third image, the beaching on the sea bottom and the destruction, and at the end, the actual state under the sea. So this is the chronological sequence related to the scenes, and the scenes are provided of point of interest for further deepenings in order to explain topics, items, context visualized in the scene. The other case study is the ghost ship of Torre Guaceto near Brindisi, also always in the same framework of the Puglia region Seascapes project. In this case, always again seascapes archaeology in this marine protected area, Torre Guaceto, where the University of Salento has launched since the beginning of 2000 an intensive research program aimed at reading and understanding the dynamics of the coastal changes. On the third islet of the marine of Guaceto, on the southeastern tip of this islet, a structure made of squared blocks has been hypothetically identified with a tower lighthouse dated to 6th century AD. In the shallow waters near the tip, scattered materials and a mound of stones, calcareous stones, have been identified with the scarce remains of a late antique cargo with some amphoras, rotatory millstones, and ballast, coeval to the structure, to the presumed lighthouse on the island. The presence of the presumed lighthouse and the late antique cargo remains demonstrate that in the late antiquity, the islet, once in the previous phase coincident with the tip promontory of the coast, eye to the sea, in this period is already separated from the land by an arm of sea, by a strait. Also in this case, the same methodology has been used to design and develop the virtual reality application, in this case for the marine protected area of Torre Guaceto. You can see some details of the 3D boat model and before and after the crash caused by the storm. And also in this case, the user is able to visit virtually the mound of the bustle, the scarce remains of the ship, in the image, a detail of 360-degree view offered by the application. If possible, I would send you the link to the video in order to play the videos, to offer, the playing the video to the participant at this conference.
Yes. I think
Eccomi. Yeah. Thank you.
Is there any question? Thank you. Is there any question from the audience? No, there is not. I'd only like to ask you, these scenarios, these suggestive scenarios, of course, helps a lot for the valorization of these sites for the general public. But I have also the impression that helped you to answer scientific questions. They may be used as a research tool. That's what I mean. Is that these 3D models, is this real? They helped you to ask questions like if there were special ships or not, etc.
This is a real observation, a very, very interesting observation, Mrs. Calamara, very opportune because the 3D model, the modeling operation have been very useful to determine, for example, the dynamics of the sinking. And through, the virtual application, we had the confirmation that probably the Porto Cesareo, the shipwreck of the columns of Porto Cesareo, didn't sink, but probably beached on the sea bottom that at the time was 1.5 meters lower than current one. So the depth at the time was more or less 3 meters, and the reconstruction of the shape of the ships confirms us that probably the ships ditched on the stopped on the sea bottom when touched the sea bottom. So, and this was tested by the virtual reality application. So
Thank you very much.
Good help. It could be other for the valorization, the communication, the narrative and communicative use of the virtual reality. We can explore also the scientific,
Exactly.
use of the. Yeah. This is very important.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your.
You are free for the moment, and I will call Dr. Gunnar Listøl, professor at the Department of Media and Communication at University of Oslo, and Dr. Michael James Benton, independent scholar and researcher, archaeologist that has worked on numerous sites around the Mediterranean. And the last years, he works at Thalassaarna in Crete. And I think that you will, your presentation focus perhaps on Thalassaarna, I think, on you may proceed to your presentation that is entitled Darai Diving and Augmented Reality Simulations of Historical Events and Artifacts.
Thank you. It's a great pleasure to be at this conference, and I'm very impressed by everything that's happening behind the scenes and the screens. It's very professionally done. So we are 3 authors for this upcoming paper. It's myself, it's Michael Benton that you already met, but it's also Elpida Hadidaki-Mader, which is the director of the Thalassaarna excavation, and who we are collaborating with. And the wreck and the case that we're going to talk about today is also located near the ancient site of Thalassaarna. So just a brief overview of what we're going to go through for the next 15 minutes. I will start by saying something about the augmented reality platform that we have been developing over the past 10, 12 years. And this is basically a question about trying to adapt a storytelling platform with AR that's been we used on numerous sites, cultural heritage sites in Europe and the US and in Mexico. And we will try to, all the things that we learned, all the conventions, all the features that we developed over the past 10 years, we will now try to see how this can be used underwater. So that's one of the approaches here. So I will briefly go through this, and then Michael will talk about the case itself and how he discovered the facts behind it. And then we will go on to talk a little bit about the design that we are developing now. Unfortunately, it's not completed yet, so this will be a typical story about what's going to happen. But we plan to have a test version evaluated by the end of June, and then a public version in October. So we are using a special form of augmented reality. We do not use the mixed reality solution with a video layer as a background through the 3D graphics layer. And this is something that's been very positive, actually. And I will get back to that. So here you can see a photo, which is actually taken with the application itself. It's from an app that we published in 2012 from the Roman Forum. And so this is an illustration that's produced by the application itself. So we take a picture with the physical camera at the same time as it takes a picture with the virtual camera. So you can easily see the relationship between the real and the virtual, and that it's a kind of congruency between the two perspectives. And this indirect augmented reality solution that we're using had its popular breakthrough, I think, with Pokemon Go in 2016. Pokemon Go has both solutions. It has both the mixed reality version with a video background, and it has the full screen version with the 3D graphics. And the interesting thing about the full screen version is that it can also be used off location because it doesn't require the live video feedback when you're on location. And this has been very convenient during the pandemic because we can use the application both on and off location. And we are also trying to develop this so that the applications that we design will be used both on location and off location, so that it can easily go into a pedagogical context, for instance, where students can prepare themselves before they visit the site, and they can revisit the site after they've been there. And it's available to those who cannot travel, and so on. So on the example to the left, it's from an application that we developed in an EU project far north in Norway, from the Middle Ages in Lofoten, where the codfish and the stockfish comes from. And to the right, we have an example from an application we made on the Acropolis in Athens about the Panathenaia procession, and which we also ported to the Hub's Mozilla-based platform. And I will now, just to give you, at the same time, an introduction to the Falasana site and to the history and to the technology. I will show you a video. It's from 2015, so it's not the latest quality of the graphics that you can expect today, since it's 6 years old. And it will only go on for 2 minutes. And after the video, Michael will take over and talk about the case. So now you can run the video.
On Crete's west coast, enclosed by steep rocky cliffs, is the archaeological site of ancient Phalasana. The city of Phalasana was built as a fortified harbour in the 4th century BC as part of a plan to prevent Alexander the Great's empire from further expansion. Continued excavations have revealed fascinating chapters from the city's dramatic history. Today, the ruins and remains of this unique ancient port are on dry land and difficult to understand for the untrained eye. However, now it is possible to experience the rise and fall of ancient Phalasana on location by means of the Phalasana app. The Phalasana simulation employs a quasi-mixed reality solution, where today's real environment is represented on the screen as a 3D model based on photogrammetry. This makes it easier to explain current remains and add virtual reconstructions.
The tower would have been over 20 meters tall and stood out as a landmark in ancient times.
When using the app, visitors can also explore the harbour as it may have looked in 330 BC,
Phalasana was left with a magnificent military port,
study particular artifacts in close-up and detailed view,
with the letters FA and pictures of a trident and the head of a goddess.
Witness the Roman attack of Phalasana in 69 BC.
A Roman army attacked Phalasana and destroyed it. They used siege engines, which threw round stones from hundreds of meters away to destroy buildings. More than 30 catapult stones have been found. This stone has the Roman inscription XX, indicating that it weighed 20 pounds.
And consult map view for easy navigation.
Right, thank you, Gunnar. Good afternoon, all. I need to share the screen. Here it goes. Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Look, I'm going to tell you a little bit about the case that we're putting into this new work. So some 10 years or more ago, I was fortunate enough to be invited by Dr. Elpida Hajidaki to work on the ancient maritime site of Falasana in Western Crete. After work one day, we were having a swim nearby the site just to freshen up a bit. And Dr. Hajidaki pointed out to me the remains of a ship, or the remains of a wreck, close to shore and in very, very shallow water. Now, the wreck was well known to the locals, but little was known about the ship or the story itself, other than it was British and it was from World War II. Dr. Hajidaki's daughter, Nikki Mata, had examined the wreck a number of years earlier. She had correctly identified the vessel as a type of landing craft. Now, working on Nikki's supposition, we surveyed the entire site, taking measurements, photographs, video. The central artifact was badly damaged, but the deck was, for the most part, intact. From bow to stern, based on the debris, we estimated the length of the vessel to be just under 50 meters. So a very large landing craft, it seemed. With the measurements and other information that had been gathered, I traveled first to the National Archives in the UK to see if the documents could tell us what vessels may have been in the area at that stage of the war. After many days there in the archives, there appeared to be next to nothing recorded of the vessels, other than a very, very short notation in the war diary of Cunningham, the admiral of the Mediterranean fleet at that time. There it mentioned 2 tank landing craft, missing on passage to the south of Crete and onwards to Alexandria. From this, it's the only real concrete hint that we had to the vessel type. I moved on to the archives in Glasgow University, and there I was able to find copies of the original plans of a landing craft tank, Mark I. This is a craft I believe we were examining in Falasana. Now, with the plans in hand, I traveled back to Crete, and with Dr. Hajidaki and Nikki, we were able to confirm the exact vessel type by comparing what we had on site and the Glasgow plans. Once we could confirm this, we were then able to identify the designation number of the particular craft. Cunningham had provided that detail in his war diary. Next, we set about attempting to find possible eyewitnesses to the actual event that sent the craft to the seabed. Fortunately, Dr. Hajidaki knew of some of the older local people who had spoken about the wreck at earlier times. We met with one local who had actually been at Falasana at the time of the sinking. And directly due to that interview, we were able to identify and visit the wreck site of the second tank landing craft mentioned in the war diary. Probably most amazingly, from my point of view, though, was I placed a question on an internet naval forum. I was trying to find out more information about tank landing craft, and it led to making a very, very special contact. Someone knew of someone who knew a British landing craft skipper from World War II. And by sheer luck, we were able to make contact with the actual skipper of the craft lying in the remains of the ancient desilting channel of Falasana. John Digby Sutton, the skipper, provided us with great detail of the events prior to, during, and after his vessel was sunk. Now, after the successful invasion of mainland Greece by Germany on April 6, 1941, and the withdrawal of the Allied soldiers from there to Crete, the Germans launched an airborne attack on the island using gliders and parachute troops. The map shows you where they were dropped. Ill-prepared and just not ready, the Allies in a matter of days were once again forced to withdraw. The skipper, John Digby Sutton, and his tank landing craft, along with the only other remaining craft in Suda Bay, were ordered to travel to Svark Yar in the south to once again help with the evacuation of troops. The two tank landing craft left Suda Bay on May 28th, making their way around the western end of Crete. Unfortunately, they were found by German bombers and they were sunk. This resulted in one tank landing craft being sunk at Falasana and one sunk a little further to the north. There was no loss of life, and the crew and most of the passengers were captured and sent to POW camps in Germany. I said most, but a few men were able to escape and evade the enemy with the selfless assistance of people within the local population there. Now, these tank landing craft, you can see the photograph of one on the river now. These were prototype vessels, the very first of their kind. They were developed at the behest of Winston Churchill immediately after Dunkirk, the evacuation from Dunkirk in June in 1940. But as a secret vessel, they were completely left out of any of the official histories. Documents found in the archives clearly indicated the strictly enforced secrecy surrounding both their development and their deployment to the Mediterranean. Yet, here lies one of these vessels at ancient Falasana, adding another chapter to the military and maritime history of this site, and as well to the island of Crete and to its people. Now, back to you, Gunnar.
Thank you, Michael. So now we're trying to connect at least over a period of time this new simulation of the dry dive of the A6 and a reconstruction of the historical event that sunk the ship. We'll try to connect this to an upgraded version of the existing Falasana app. This means that we need to do changes to the present environments as it is displayed in the application. And we need to reconstruct the event itself. So we have a 1941 period on the timeline, in addition to the 69 BC and 330 BC. And for the dry dive, I will get back to the dry dive, but I will just say something about how we are structuring the reconstructed sequence, because this is very much about storytelling and narrative structure, which is my specific interest since I come from media studies and literary theory. So we are trying to explore here, building this platform, this type of AR platform, explore the narrative potential of augmented reality in cultural heritage settings. So this the reconstruction will be both a condensed time version of the historical event. What actually took maybe 6 hours will be compressed to 6 minutes. But it will be possible to both follow the narrative flow of the event itself, but also halt the time sequence and dive into the background information so that you can get a better understanding of the historical situation, the military situation, the armory that was involved, the ship, the airplanes bombing the ship, and so on, and the fate of the crew and everything. But the dry dive is has two parts, because we have to get to the best observation point to view the wreck, because it's very close to the harbor, to the shore. And when you get to follow a path that is marked inside the virtual environment, you go over to the post or the hypertext links that's called dry dive, and on your way over there you get background information which will be voiceover comments giving you background information as you approach the vista point. And when you get to the vista point and activate the dry dive button or hypertext link, the virtual camera will leave the position of the user and go into the water and make a route around the wreck. It will then stop on 5 locations where there are different topics: ramp, blast, bridge, construction, evidence, and they will serve information about the wreck in different ways. For instance, the ramp part will show the mechanism of the ramp reconstructed on top of the wreck as it looks today. At the blast, you will get information about the impact and the power of the 500-kilo bomb that actually sunk the ship. And it will tell the story of what happened to the command center at the aft of the ship. So we are working hard now to build this environment based on photogrammetry regarding the wreck and the immediate background, and then we have other information from earlier photogrammetry session via drone about the immediate environment and the seabed. And this will be included in the existing terrain because we need, and it's now possible, to have a much higher resolution of the terrain than we could 6 years ago. We're also going to use quite a lot of animation here. We're building the soldiers, the New Zealand. There was a platoon or the remnants of a New Zealand platoon of soldiers that Captain John Sutton picked up in Suda Bay. And we're going to recreate the crew, and we will see how they behave before and after the final attack by the German Stuka bombers. To get the needed information here about the fate of the wreck, Elpida has been very good in sharing with us some aerial photographs from 1967 and from 1945. And in the 1945 image, we can see the fate or the status of the wreck just after the war. And that's very valuable information for us. And here is a very short video. It's just a reconstruction of the wreck. We're trying to keep the poly count as low as possible so that we can have 60 frames per second, which is needed when you move the device around. So this is only a mock-up. We haven't even added water to it, but there's a lot of the same information that we're going to use in the test version that we're doing in June. So here you can also see the wreck with the camouflage with the canvas over the tank deck and the camouflage net over the command center. And here is a final example from the dry dive. This is one of my students who is working on reconstructing the mechanism that supports the ramp going up and down. And we will show how this looks next to the wreck or in the position of the wreck. So this is a kind of a partial reconstruction, very similar to the one that you saw in the video where we reconstructed the circular tower on top of the current remains or the base of that tower. So we are continuing to explore how to present this information, and we are trying to see what are the changing conditions when you move underwater, because there's a lot of other things that you have to think about. And we will be happy to share this with you when we publish the paper or finish the paper from this presentation in July. And So we will also make a video of it. But the most important thing is that people come to the site and try out the simulation. Thank you.
Thank you for this very interesting presentation of this application that will reconstruct a monument of Second World War and at the same time a historic episode. As we have some delay, the questions will be addressed at the end of the session. So please, you will wait for some time. And I will now ask to Mr. Marco Cosa, Senior Software Engineer, Project Manager and CTO at 3D Research, that he has experience in design and development of interactive applications for environmental protection and the exploitation of the cultural heritage. In particular, he has considerable experience in VR and AR applications, assisted underwater navigation and mission planning software tools. To present Dive in the Past, a serious game to promote the underwater cultural heritage of the Mediterranean Sea. So, please, you may share your presentation. Okay,
yes.
Now I can see it.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. I'm very happy to be here. And so I will present you Dive in the Past. Just some background information. Dive in the Past is a serious game that has been developed in the context of Midray Dive project, and it has been integrated as other cultural and creative industries applications in the transnational thematic tourism product that has been created and produced during the project. Okay, in the last decades, the popularity of video games increased a lot since they have a unique ability to engage their audience and to create empathy. And also tourism is an experience-based industry, and it can be supported by new technologies such as electronic games, virtual and augmented reality. And in particular, the game-based marketing is a new form of digital marketing that aims at increasing brand awareness and to attract potential customers by providing immersive and engaging experience with virtual and real destinations. But what is a serious game? A serious game is a game with a purpose. So it shares and uses all the game's main characteristics like challenges, interactions, the gameplay, and also the explicit objective, which is entertainment. All these characteristics are mixed with an implicit objective, which can be the skill improvement, or to get new knowledge, to get more experience, or to have also physical improvement on recovery. So some serious games can be, some examples can be found in the educational games. So the educational games let users to learn specific subjects thanks to the employment of engaging mechanics, gameplay, and also narrative context. There are examples in the market right now of successful video games that involuntarily became serious game. And this is because the developers put a good effort in reproducing particular periods and locations and also historical events. If you see these two pictures, these are from the Assassin's Creed saga, and you can explore throughout these video games a very good reproduction of the ancient Florence, or even the ancient Greece, like Athens. And you will learn also here some new information. And this led to a new concept, which is the video game-induced tourism. So now video games should be considered as a driver of tourism. In fact, they share similar travel motivation elements with movies. And in fact, in the last decades and last years, many people decide which location to visit during the vacations, thanks to movies and TV series. But now, once a player, a gamer visits in a virtually mean place, it is motivated to experience a physical visit. And an example is the case of Monteriggioni, a small village near Florence, and the Villa Uditore in the Assassin's Creed saga. So this small village got an improvement of tourists and tourism thanks to the Assassin's Creed game. In fact, many people used to go in Monteriggioni and explore the village, but they also searched for the Villa Uditore, which is in the game is the main villa of the villa of the main character of the game. But the fun fact is that this villa does not exist in Monteriggioni because it was added by the developers. But as you can see in this picture, there are many tours of this small village for the Assassin's Creed fan base. Now let's talk of the Dive in the Past serious game. So during the project, we aimed to employ the serious game-based approach to offer an engaged and instructive experience. And this with two main goals. The first one is related to discovery. So we want to let players to learn the history of selected pilot sites. And the second one is the gaming tourism. So we wanted to raise user awareness about the underwater cultural heritage, to increase the visitors' number, and also to enhance the location's brand popularity. And we produced this Dive in the Past serious game. It is the first mobile video game ever about the underwater cultural heritage. Some features. First of all, it is available for mobile devices, both Android and iOS. We also produced a virtual reality porting, which is compatible with the Oculus Quest devices. It is, and it will be always free of charge. And we included into the game 4 real underwater cultural heritage sites of the Mediterranean that can be explored during the story. It is an interactive adventure that mixes underwater exploration and engaging storytelling. The storytelling is made with a dynamic narration, which is capable to fuse historical facts with fictional fantasy elements. And we also included some engaging mini-games like puzzles and quests that changes in each location. We created illustrations and animation for the digital storytelling, and it is also multi-language. Up to now, we have English, Italian, and Spanish, but we are going to include many languages in the near future. Okay, about the concept, the player will guide a scientist, which is an expert in underwater exploration, who finds a magical diary during a testing session of his brand new technology. In fact, he built some new technology, smart diving mask and some scanners that are able to reconstruct and to unlock the hologram of how the structure of the ships probably was in the past. This magical diary hides a secret. A cursed soul is trapped into it. And the goal of the player is to help this soul to escape this millennial prison. To achieve this goal, the player will explore 4 real underwater cultural heritage sites with the aim to collect some lost items by unlocking first the hologram that show how these structures or ships could appear in the past days. And these items are able to of bringing of the player back throughout time by means of the digital storytelling, and this will lead the player to understand the origin of the curse and help the trapped souls with the power of this knowledge. I was referring to 4 underwater cultural heritage sites, and these are some screenshots of the game representing them. The first one is the shipwreck of Oreste in Montenegro. Then we have the shipwreck of Nalic in Croatia. Then the underwater archaeological park of Baia in Italy, and the shipwreck, finally the shipwreck of Peristera in Greece. All the models have been produced in other projects, and we used them, and we modified and optimized them for being used in mobile platforms. A part of the shipwreck of Oreste that we produced during the project, together with Budva Diving that made the underwater acquisition with many photographs in photogrammetric techniques. And about the game flow, we will focus just on these 2 sections, the underwater exploration, the hologram view, and the item collection, which are part of the whole underwater exploration. And then we have mini games and the storytelling, the digital storytelling. About the underwater explorations, here you can see some screenshots of the game. The player will explore the underwater sites in first-person view. He starts from the surface. He has to reach first the site, then he has to place some scanners around the environment in order to unlock the hologram representation of how the ship, in this case the Peristera ship, could look in the past. And you can see here the hologram view. And then he has to find an object, an hidden object, by exploring also the hologram view of the ship. Then, once finished the underwater exploration, he can view the digital storytelling related to the site. It will be presented throughout the diary and throughout 2D animations, as you can see here. And all the stories are settled in the past. Like in these pictures, in this picture you can see the a sort of banquet in Baia, in the sunken Nymphaeum of Claudio. And here some pictures of Peristera, the ship that was traveling, and here of one image of the story settled on board of the Galliana Grossa, that now is on Nalic shipwreck. And during this storytelling, there are the player has to solve some mini games that are different for each site, and you can see some example here where you have to use your ability to solve the puzzle, or you have to press some buttons in a certain order or at a certain speed in order to go further with the story. And here we can see a teaser trailer of the final game. Vicky, can you please play the first video? Thank you. Okay, thank you. And okay, this was a teaser trailer that was published before launching the application in order to increase the hype, the interest of potential users and players. As I said before, we also produced a virtual reality porting, which is a virtual dive experience compatible with your Oculus Quest devices. It includes all the 4 pilot sites and also the storytelling throughout the diary, but it contains also a completely explorable environment, which is a reproduction of a laboratory, which acts as the main menu for the site selection and also to access to the storytelling. Here you can see 2 pictures. The first one in the lab to work and to play with the diary, and the second one during the underwater exploration of, in this case, of the sunken nymphium of Baia in Italy. And we have a gameplay trailer video now, just to show how this application looks like. Okay, here are some results. We published the game on App Store and Google Play stores, and we reached more than 21,000 downloads in less than 3 months. Here you can see also some information about where the players comes from, and also some information about the reviews and ratings. We collected more than 140 reviews with a very good rating on both stores. And we also have released the application for Oculus App Lab, so everyone can download also this application. Just to conclude this talk, both tests with users and the feedbacks collected from the stores confirm that our serious game is capable of engaging both young people and adults, and it is also able to stimulate their interest about the underwater cultural heritage. So Dive in the Past seems to be an efficient marketing tool for tourism locations related to diving activities, but we have also the virtual reality experience that provides a new way to access the underwater sites, especially for who cannot dive, and also to promote these locations in various events like fairs or exhibitions or networking events. And about the future, we are going to work and to further improve the game, for example, to adding new languages, as I said before, new features like the free exploration of the sites, extra contents, and also new underwater sites that have been pre-selected during the project. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much for your very interesting presentation. And now I would like to see if we have a question. Okay, we have, can we begin? There is a question from the audience for Mr. Felipe Cerezo the question is from Mr. Petri Arvonen. Can you follow and share divers' actual route location underwater via your buoy? We could support on that. Please be noted that UWIS system, together with Altab tablet Android, can provide you real-time location underwater. This may allow diver to use your app like they do above the surface.
Okay.
So
Thank
I
you
would
for
like
the...
your comment, first of all. And okay.
Okay, I answered the question. Yes, indeed, it's a very interesting question, and we know that technology, but for the moment, we are not using underwater tablet. This is only for video broadcasting to the land, to the continent. We are not using tablet to make a virtual, to make a real dive inside the site. So yes, this is a very interesting application, but for the moment we are not planning to use that. Thank you for the insight.
Thank you. So now, do we have a question for the presentation of Dr. Listel and Dr. Benton from the audience? From the audience, there is no. I would like to ask you if the fact that the monument is underwater creates a lot of problem for the on-location use of the application. What's the challenges? Can Mr. Listel and Benton hear me?
We're back. I think, Gunnar, that's probably a better question for you to answer there.
If you face a very difficult, very different challenges by the fact that the monument is underwater.
Yeah,
because
but we are lucky at Falasana, and that's why we chose that case, because it's close to the shore, and it's rather easy to walk from the ancient site. It's only a couple of 100 meters. And over to a good position where you can where you actually have a good overview of the wreck itself. You can see it through the shallow water, and then you get the perfect connection when you send the virtual camera out to the ship. So,
okay. You sent the camera out. Yes. Okay.
So it's sent on a route, so we override the GPS information, but we keep all the other sensors active so that you can tilt and pan with the virtual camera. So you can look around all the way as you move around and stop. And this is something we have done for many years on above water sites. For instance, at the Roman Forum map, you can send the virtual camera into the cellar of Julius Caesar's temple and look around inside the cellar, although you're standing outside, because even though we have reconstructed the temple, you can't walk into the temple because the ruin is an obstacle, and you're not allowed to walk on top of the ruin.
Okay, thank you very much. For the last presentation, is there any question for Mr. Koza? No questions. So I would like to ask you to proceed to the next step, to the networking lobby, where perhaps we will continue the discussion. Thank you. You may You may connect to the networking lobby via the conference website.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back for the third session of our conference. And I would like to invite and introduce our chair, Madam Ms. Angela Venetti. And the session is about the accessible underwater cultural heritage sites reaching the public. Angeliki Venetti is a rural and serving engineer with postgraduate studies at the Master of Science level in urban spatial planning, urban and regional development, and 26 years of professional experience. The last 5 years holds the position of the Director of Industry, Energy and Natural Resources in the region of Thessaly. She has extensive experience in preparing and evaluating sectoral and regional development plans and operational programs, as well as in the implementation of operational programs and projects co-financed by EU funds, policy analysis, and programming interventions in the area of regional development. She is also communicating with many people in different roles, politicians, administrators, stakeholders, NGOs, citizens, et. She has participated in conferences presenting the region as well as presented of its activities with different groups and people in various parts of Thessaly or outside Thessaly. Combining the scientific background with a management position in a public authority, combining scientific and policy issues, she is able to understand what the community and its demands are looking for, and to harness the benefits and results of a European project at a local, regional, national and European level, as well as to the public and to the private local end users of the projects. She was a coordinator of MED Project Blumen, and we thank you for her services the past 5 years. Angela, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Angelos, for your presentation, for your introduction. And good evening, everybody. Thank you for your participation in this third session of our conference, the last session for today. As Angelos said before, our session has the title Accessible Underwater Cultural Heritage Sites Reaching the Public. We are going to learn more through 4 different projects about the ways reaching the public. For your information, after the 15 minutes presentation by our distinguished speakers, there will be 5 minutes available for your questions. You can write your questions on the private chat, and you should give your name and affiliation, of course. The first presentation is from Mr. Felipe Cerezo Andreu. He is a postdoc researcher in archaeology at the University of Cadiz. He has an extended experience in research projects in underwater archaeology. He has worked at the University of Murcia and the National Museum of Underwater Archaeology, ARQUA. So the title of his presentation is 4 Sites and 2 Little Museums, Raising Awareness Through Accessible Underwater Cultural Heritage Sites, Protecting and Promoting Underwater Cultural Heritage on the Algeciras Bay, the Heracles Project. Mr. Andreu, the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much. Kalispera, I don't know if it's Kalispera or not, or good afternoon. But maybe you can see my slide, right?
Yes, of course.
Okay. So I'm going to start. My name is Felipe Cerezo. Thank you for the introduction, Angela Venetti. First of all, I would like to thank to the scientific committee the acceptance of this communication in the second BlueMed Dive in Blue Growth conference, and also for the organization for all the detailed information that they have provided us these days and even minutes ago in order to overcome the COVID limitation and be able to be with you all in a virtual manner. I'm presenting here the action that we are developing by a team of the University of Cadiz in the Algeciras Bay, the title for 4 sites and 2 little museums. Algeciras Bay is located in the Gibraltar Strait in the south of the Iberian Peninsula, as you know in the previous presentation, and is located very in the middle of the strait itself. This is an area with a vast maritime and nautical history, since the prehistoric time and the first moment of navigation during the Phoenician period, or later during Roman, Islamic, medieval, or modern time. We shall not forget even the role of this area during the First and the Second World War. The shore of this region is populated with a vast variety of potential maritime cultural resources. In our study case, the Algeciras Bay, as you can see in the imaging, and also in this historical map of Al Idrisi, this is the Algeciras Bay, this is the north of Africa, this is the city of Ceuta. In our case of study, the Algeciras Bay is near to the Peñón of Gibraltar, or the Gibraltar city, one of the Hercules columns or Heracles column, and this is a space where offer a shelter space for anchoring for those ships waiting to cross the strait. This maybe is one of the most strategic maritime crossing points in this part of the Mediterranean. And as we see in this chart of the beginning of the 18th century, with an intensive maritime traffic connecting Africa with Europe and the Mediterranean with the Atlantic. As a result of this maritime trade, we can find an important variety of shipwrecks and underwater sites. The underwater cultural heritage here is still in need of research, and of course, this heritage is without investigation and without undergoing any process of enhancement or public communication. In this frame is where we designed the Heracles project. The Heracles project that plays with the idea of Heracles, the demigod that came to this part, mythologically speaking, of course, came to this part of the Mediterranean to separate the lands and allows to the navigation to the Atlantic. And one of the columns was the Gibraltar column. Anyway, we play with this idea, and we are focusing in three main objectives in this project. One of them is to make an archaeological study and catalogation of more than 140 underwater archaeological sites, mainly shipwreck, but there are more to come, another kind of site. This is the main objective. A second objective focuses on evaluating climate change impact on harbor construction and harbor construction effects on the conservation of underwater cultural heritage in this area, mainly focusing our research in chemical factor and hydrodynamic change. And the third objective of the whole project, which is the heritage, values, and dissemination of the underwater cultural heritage on the Algeciras Bay through underwater itineraries and virtual solutions. This is where I'm going to put more attention in this presentation. As cultural resources for our project, we can select from a huge variety of sites. In this map, you can see our data set of underwater site, only shipwreck, but this is our data core. And from here, we have picked up several sites to put in, to experiment with them in order to to make this site in an underwater routes. Well, we think that our approach is needed because, as you can see in this picture, as a result of harbor works and change of the maritime dynamics, the underwater cultural heritage is becoming exposed to natural erosion and human impact. This is a picture of the middle of the 20th century, and you can see here an aerial photograph of the actual situation. The shore is going back, and then some shipwrecks are being uncovered. This heritage is new, is uncharted, and need to be protected. It is submitted to an important urban and demographic pressure, even to a touristic pressure, because it's on the beach at 3 or 4 meters deep, and the local authorities and population only want to have more beach. They don't care at the moment about the heritage, underwater heritage. They only want to recover the beach itself. In our point of view, this is an opportunity to overcome this limitation. And after the archaeological record of the site and his evaluation, we can cover some of them, but we can develop cultural activities such as visits or even doing snorkeling with kids during the summer in this area. In this way, a change is happening, and the population is beginning to understand that heritage can be also a responsible resource and allied to protect their coast and their values. I don't want to spend much time on this, but it is important to understand the socio-economical background of the area. Algeciras Bay is an area in Spain, is the area of Spain with the biggest rate of unemployment, near 37%. We must take into account the situation of the bay within the world of narco-traffic. You can see this picture, between Africa and Europe, where Algeciras is the main port of entry for drugs. Situation which define a specific socio-economic background for the area. Another aspect is the aforementioned of the sun and beach touristic model, submitted to a seasonal market and during these COVID times, also suffering of a huge unemployment rate. We must add to this the harbor development. You can see some picture over here, which is putting in pressure the beach areas, changing maritime waves and current dynamics, and with the dredging operation is menacing the preservation of the underwater cultural heritage and the natural environment. For example, we are suffering now of a specific algae, the Regulopteryx oakumare. It's a Chinese alga, an invasive species that came added to the big cargo ships and now is covering all the seafloor and killing the endogenous flora and fauna. And also for us, it's covering our underwater sites and making it difficult to develop diving activities in this seafloor, for example, is completely covered of this alga, or every day when we came to the excavation site, we have to move all this mobile alga that is covering everything and is hiding the heritage. This is a problem for planning diving activities in the area. Nevertheless, this background offers us a frame of opportunities. We must be optimistic. We can start to overcome seasonality, sun and beach model of tourism, with proposed activities related with nature and adventure tourism opportunities. The traditional offer can be complemented with these activities and with the support, for example, of the Natural Park of the Strait, or Parque Natural del Estrecho, one of the most important natural parks in Spain. And within this maritime area, you can see the image. This is the natural park, and this is the maritime area protected inside the natural park. In addition, the natural park, this maritime area gives us a great advantage to regulate and normalize diving activities, and especially diving in archaeological sites. The natural park includes activities to disseminate the terrestrial cultural heritage. Based on our work, we are developing 4 underwater tours, underwater trails, to disseminate and generate cultural resources linked to the underwater cultural heritage. Here is where our stakeholders, or these big companies like the Ayuntamiento de Algeciras or the Harbour Authority, are starting to collaborate with us in order to develop this this cultural solution. Within this project, we are developing 3 main lines of action, each one adapted to a different public. The first, through a direct traditional communication of the underwater cultural heritage through the underwater itinerary visit of 4 wrecks from contemporary times. They are routes that will last over time as permanent resources of the natural park. They are not only an experiment, they are meant to be permanent. That doesn't mean that they are open all the year. So it is very difficult. We have to take into account the need of the dive center that are going to use these routes. We are applying here the experience gained in the Isla Grossa project, which we presented 2 years ago in the Blue Event meeting in Athens. And this is allowing us to plan the activity more clearly. And right now we are in the phase of calculating the impact that diving activities and divers can have on an underwater archaeological site. When the project arrives from the university, we always consider that this is that we needed to make an analysis of every one of our steps, and this is why we are involving a master student in order to make their master thesis to evaluate different sites in a different manner. What can we do? For example, we are evaluating how many divers can visit the site. Well, this is an interesting question, and we can see in this image, in an experiment that we have done, for example, that depending on the museographical resource that we are putting in the seafloor and the type of visit that we have designed, we will have to select a number of divers. Also, we need to take into account the size of the poster, how many people can view it at the same time, what information is there to have, see if it is visual or if it is a written information, etc. Another interesting question is when to make the site open to the visitor. Since the vast majority of the sites that we are working on are produced by storm, and the seasonality of the recreational diving activity in the area must also be taken into account. We cannot implement visit to the site with all the logistics that this entails, so that in the end of the storm, if a storm came, everything will be destroyed. Another interesting question is who can visit the site. As you can see in this image, sometimes we focus on the certification of each diver to define who can and who cannot visit that or that site. While it is true for depth limits, we have created a training course for instructor and dive master that will take groups to this point. They must renew it every year, and it is taught by the University of Cádiz, the Natural Park of the Strait, the Institute of Historical Heritage of Andalusia, and FEDAS, which is the Federation of Underwater Activities of Spain. It is basically complies with the principles of CEMAS and FEDAS Underwater Cultural Heritage Interpretation course, with peculiarities and recommendations from the UNESCO and the natural environment of the area and the specific site that they are going to visit. Another question is with whom? Do you have to visit the site with an archaeological guide? Can you visit the site only with a trained diver, which is not an archaeologist? Well, we have tried to find a mixed solution here that offer a professional outlet for archaeologists who want to dedicate themselves to the interpretation of heritage and at the same time training for the center. We believe that it is important that the figure of the archaeologist is present in the socialization of the knowledge, and this is this is a task, not a hobby. Sometimes archaeologists do dive go underwater to diving groups like a hobby, but this must be something that we take into a professional matter. There are sites where the guided tour will be made by an archaeologist, and another one will be made by the dive center after this formation process. This is more or less the conceptual map that we are following to define the impact of diving activities in the sites. We are evaluating both direct and indirect diving activity through three parameters: physical, chemical, and biological. The action, diving, in the center of the analysis, affects on the one hand to the marine environment and on the other hand in the underwater cultural heritage. it has a direct and indirect impact. The indirect impact that diving activity can have, for example, is the boat that must be carefully not to drop the anchor on the site or over the archaeological site or over a protected seabed. So we need to think in solution for avoid this kind of things, to put an anchoring point for all the ships that want to come, how many ships, how many anchoring point, etc. Another indirect aspect that we can take into account is the noise produced by the engines that can disturb the the local fauna in some times of the year. This is the most analytical part of the project, and in which we are working now in the field phase and data collection, and we hope to finish all these studies by the end of this summer. The second line, or the second objective inside this project is already been explained in the conference before. Is the creation of 2 centers for the interpretation of the maritime cultural heritage in the local museum of Algeciras, and another one in an interpretation center of the Natural Park of the Strait. In these 2 centers, we will include historical information, virtual models, and the virtual reality experiences with the glasses in 360-degree videos. This experience is being carried out in an exhibition hall of the Municipal Museum of Algeciras, and we hope to start to do so in the Natural Park of the Strait by the end of the year. And finally, the third objective of this dissemination section continues to be to obtain new quality indicators that allow us to quantify the success of the activities that we are developing. That is why we have invited experts from the University of Extremadura and Las Azores, specialized in circular economy and blue economy, to be able to evaluate and establish corrective measures in our activities. Here you can see a sketch of the several cultural resources that we are implementing, the 3 or 4 underwater trails, the mobile buoy that I explained before, and the virtual and augmented reality attraction installed in the 2 centers of the city of Algeciras and the interpretation center of the Natural Park of the Strait. I hope you have understand me a little bit. I'm a little bit confused because I didn't have the final text of the presentation, so I'm sorry, because I hope you have understand it quite good. To conclude, I would like to thank to our collaborators and the founding of the project and all the people who is working with us in developing this project. Thank you very much.
Mr. Andreu, for your great presentation about your work in Algeciras Bay. Can I ask you a question about your project?
Yes.
What do you think was the biggest problem in the implementation of Heracles project, and how did you deal with it?
Well, the biggest problem was to put in the same table different stakeholders, to put in the same table and in the same frame, politicians, local authorities, dive center, the natural park authorities, the diver itself, not the dive center, but also the diver itself, and the archaeologists, that usually we are too much archaeologists and we don't understand some other needs. This is more or less the biggest problem that we have faced. But after everything is explained, everybody is in the same page, and we are all working with the same idea, to use and to promote underwater cultural heritage as a touristic resource in a responsible manner.
Okay, thank you very much again, Mr. Andreou. And now we'll follow to the second presentation. The second presentation is from Mrs. Elia Vlachou. Ms. Elia Vlachou is an archaeologist, museologist, an MA in Museum and Cultural Management consultant, co-founder at GAL, secretary of the Hellenic Stream Institute, a non-profit association dedicated to the preservation and valorization of industrial heritage. From 2003 to 2017, she worked at the Piraeus Cultural Foundation, head of the Museums Department since 2007. She has coordinated the department's EU-financed project and the network's numerous temporary exhibition, educational programs, and various activities. The title of the presentation is Sophia Meets BlueMed, a new holistic impact assessment model. And Mrs. Vlachou, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to thank the scientific committee for giving us the opportunity of presenting Sophia. Sophia is a Horizon 2020 research and innovation program financed by the EU, involving 7 partners from all around Europe. Sophia stands for Social Platform for Holistic Impact Heritage Assessment and aims to promote collective reflection on the impact assessment and quality of interventions in European environment and cultural heritage. The way cultural heritage is preserved and enhanced is a major factor defining Europe's identity and its place in the world. In this sense, high-quality interventions in cultural heritage contribute to local communities' well-being and to the development of sustainable cultural tourism. On the other hand, low-quality interventions may not only damage irreplaceable historical elements, their environment and related intangible heritage, but also foster negative perceptions by society. Under this rationale, we started exploring the meaning of impact and its shift towards a multidimensional and holistic perspective, as well as the new approaches, methods, and tools evaluating this holistic impact. So, Sophia's work is aimed at creating a social platform, a vast and diverse community of stakeholders from different fields and disciplines interested in interventions in environment and cultural heritage in Europe that work together towards the definition of an effective impact assessment model, quality standards, and guidelines for future policies and programs. Sophia's work is organized around 4 main analytical dimensions: social, cultural, economic, and environmental impact. After an extensive review of literature, we came up with a draft holistic impact assessment model based on 3 axes: domains, people, and time. These domains were disaggregated in 9 themes and further analyzed in 50 sub-themes. Main themes explored are social capital, sense of place, well-being, innovation, prosperity, attractiveness, protection, education, strong global partnerships. In order to assess this draft model, 12 case studies have been selected, among which the Interreg Mediterranean project BlueMed, a project most of you are familiar with. The main interest of BlueMed in relation to Sophia was its multifaceted holistic approach. BlueMed takes into consideration various cultural, environmental, and socioeconomic parameters, included also in Sophia's model. The main criteria selected already at the planning phase were cultural, environmental, economic, and social. So Sophia met BlueMed through a kickoff meeting and focus group discussions with the representatives of the main partners of the project: the region of Thessaly, the effort of Underwater Antiquities, and Atlantis Consulting. Also, we took into account various surveys and a focus group with the local community and the visitors. We approached BlueMed following the 3 axes with the objective not to evaluate BlueMed per se, but to assess the holistic impact assessment model as to its relevance and applicability against a real, finished EU-funded project. To this purpose, we created a simple matrix including 2 parameters: relevance measuring how relevant is each criterion proposed by the model for this particular case, and applicability or application, measuring if the relevant criterion can or has already been applied, and if so, at which stage of the project it was first applied. This second category offered also an insight to the longitudinal perspective. I will now present one example from each category of the assessment of the model, starting with the social capital. One of the most important aspects of BlueMed is that it gave access to cultural heritage sites till then inaccessible in two ways: by opening up for the first time to the public of diverse underwater archaeological sites, and by implementing knowledge and awareness raising centers and making larger use of innovative ICT tools, allowing non-divers and people with disabilities to drive visit the underwater museums. In Greece, up to now, and despite the pandemic restrictions, more than 250 divers visited the Peristera shipwreck and 120 visitors the knowledge and awareness centers. The project aimed at increasing the visibility and the reputation of the selected case studies. As it's the first time that they open up to the visitors, media coverage was huge and the trend should be easy to assess. It is also interesting to note that the project has won several awards and best practice recognitions already. Local communities depend heavily on tourism. Thus, the project could have an impact on their livelihood. So the relevant indicators of the model could be used in order to assess a possible impact, but in the future, not for now. The scientific dimension of the project is of prime importance and involves various disciplines: archaeology, marine biology, ICT. Many scientific publications stemmed up from BlueMed, as well as two international conferences, the one we're holding at present, while significant ongoing progress can be assessed in the relevant fields. Another very important dimension is the education and awareness raising dimension. An education kit has been developed and can be sent to schools or used in educational programs at the knowledge and awareness raising centers. Heritage and cultural cooperation. BlueMed is, by its very nature, a project of cooperation, since it's an Interreg Med project involving 14 partners from 5 countries. Next steps after the project involve a network of underwater cultural and natural routes in the Mediterranean. Here is an example of low relevance, at least for the time being, and one of medium relevance. Attracting inhabitants by involving mainly locals and local companies in the project, BlueMed could play a role in giving them a motive to stay or even to come back, which is really important for these usually remote areas of Greece with few permanent residents. Protection. BlueMed developed innovative tools in order to monitor and protect the underwater sites against human-related and environmental risks. Finally, in the field of innovation, BlueMed produced innovative ICT tools for the diving industry, as well as interesting ICT applications for the CACs and the virtual museum. Moreover, within the framework of the project, many of the findings of the underwater ecological sites have been digitized, while the ICT tools at the service of underwater archaeology and monitoring of natural and cultural heritage are constantly evolving. Conclusions. Overall, the holistic impact assessment model of SOFIA has been assessed as interesting and useful by all stakeholders. All 9 axes were considered as relevant. As for the sub-themes, 29 have been assessed as highly relevant, 9 medium, and 8 irrelevant. The assessment identified also overlapping gaps and the need to simplify the model in order to improve its usability. Using the holistic impact assessment model against a real case study has proved to be a very useful exercise for assessing the strengths, weaknesses, and opportunities offered by the model. Next steps are the refinement of the model and the development of a toolkit and how to use guide. If you want to know more about the project, please visit our website, Sophia Platform EU. And here my thanks go to Mrs. Vanetti, Mrs. Calamara, Mrs. Kutsumba, and Mr. Manglis, who understood from the beginning the interest of the project and very willingly shared with us information and knowledge. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Vlachou, for your excellent presentation about your work in Sophia's project. I had the opportunity to participate in the final conference of Sophia's project last April, presenting a BlueMed project. And can I make you a question? After your experience in Peristera's case, do you think we can use Sophia's model in other underwater cultural sites too?
I think that the Sophia model is very flexible and it can also help at the planning phase of an EU-funded project, because this was the primary intention. So, of course, yes, the answer is positive for any kind of cultural intervention project.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much again. And
Thank
now
you.
we'll go to the third presentation. Is from Mr. Javier Rodriguez Pantosi. Javier Rodriguez Pantosi is a co-founder of the Instituto Balear de Estudio Arqueología Marítima. Sorry for my pronunciation.
It's perfect.
Is also a project manager, and his presentation, the title of his presentation is Formentera Project, Conservation and Integration of Underwater Cultural Heritage in the Island Community. Mr. Pantosi, the floor is yours.
Thank you to the organization for having me in this conference. Today I'm presenting Formentera Project, Conservation and Integration of Underwater Cultural Heritage in the Island of Community. Well, the island of Formentera is the smallest of the 4 islands that comprise the Balearic Archipelago and is one of the most popular tourist destinations in the West Mediterranean. Not in vain is it known as the last paradise in the Mediterranean, as you can see. Every year, it receives tens of thousands of tourists who come to enjoy its clear waters, its white sandy beaches, and the range of nautical leisure activities that the island had to offer, such as kite surfing, diving, windsurfing. With an area of just 83 square kilometers, Formentera has a rich archaeological heritage that spans 4,000 years of history, a heritage that has been the subject of a study through numerous archaeological projects led by scientific teams from different universities and research centers from the 1960s to the present day. However, while its terrestrial archaeological heritage has been extensively studied, it is clear that there has been a gap in the research of Formentera's underwater cultural heritage until 2014. This is when the Balearic Institute of Studies in Maritime Archaeology was established, a non-profit organization whose founding purpose is to research, preserve, protect, and disseminate the underwater cultural heritage of the Balearic Islands. From this moment on, we began a 6-year project from 2015 to 2020, in which we dedicate ourselves to studying the underwater cultural heritage of the island and creating the underwater archaeological catalog and survey map of the island of Formentera. During this time, we have significantly expanded our knowledge of the maritime history of the islands, and we have included 14 unpublished sites in the archaeological catalog that cover a wide chronological and cultural spectrum, and that show the mobility and connectivity of the Balearic Islands from the 2nd century BC to the 19th century, However, the greatest challenge we faced was another, and it was to change the way the local community related to its underwater archaeological heritage. For decades, the underwater cultural heritage has been systematically plundered by divers and fishermen. This plundering has not always been done for profit, but often in response to, let's call a curiosity or a form of interest in the treasures hidden in the sea. Proof of this is that even today, you can still see amphora or anchors or other objects from the bottom of the sea as decorative elements in private homes or local business. Against this background, we understood that the only way to achieve a real protection of this heritage was to create a social awareness within the local community of the need to preserve it for future generations. The best way to do this was through education at 3 levels: kids, adults, meaning local divers, and university level. The first step we took was to bring underwater archaeology closer to the divers of the future, the kids. Children demonstrate every day that their capacity for empathy, emotional intelligence, and common sense is at a much higher level than that of any adult. This action had 3 stages. First, informative talks in the schools. We went to their schools to explain to them face-to-face what our activity consisted of and what the archaeologist's objective was. These talks were accompanied by didactic activities in which, in a fun and dynamic way, we made them live the experience of archaeological work without having to get wet. Second, activities of open days in fieldwork. While we were carrying out our projects, we invited the students we had visited in their schools to return and visit us at the workplace. And third, initiate guide visits to sites already studied. We create a workshop to explain to young divers aged between 12 and 14 what they should do if they find archaeological remains during one of their dives. To do this, we use as a case of study one of the sites that we had already studied during our research campaigns. The selected case of a study was also selected based on the ideal condition of the site for this type of practice, meaning limited depth, highly recognizable archaeological features, such as cannons or anchors, for instance, and low risk of damaging due to the nature of the artifacts themselves. As I said, the aim of this workshop was not for them to play at being archaeologists, but for them to understand what our work was and to value it. Now I would like to ask the organization to play the video, if it's possible. Okay, thank you. So on a different level, we work with local adult divers to give them a course on the protection of the underwater cultural heritage. In this case, this activity, as in the children's workshop, aimed to help them to understand the importance and why this heritage should be preserved, and on the other hand, to give them the necessary tools to be able to recognize and communicate using legal mechanisms in case of archaeological finds. To this end, we use already known sites to carry out the practical part of the course. This type of course is necessary and essential if we want the underwater cultural heritage to be an additional value to the tourist program of the island in the near future. Finally, at the university level, we focus on reinforcing training in the field of conservation and restoration in underwater archaeology. Although today many universities, such as Cádiz, Aix-Marseille, Southampton, Flinders, Texas A&M, have created specific programs to train underwater archaeologists, we realize that there is a gap in the training of specialized conservators in this field. That is why in 2016, we started a practical course on the conservation of metals of underwater origin taught by Dr. Jean-Bernard Mehmet from the company Ecoros and Victoria Folgueira, which in 2 editions brought together 27 students from different parts of Spain. Furthermore, in 2019, we decided to organize, in collaboration with the Formentera Council and other institutions, the first international symposium on conservation in underwater archaeology, ISCWA, which brought together more than 40 conservators from 4 continents, including prominent figures such as Dr. Ian McLeod, Dr. Barbara Davide, Dr. David Gregory, and Dr. Jean-Bernard Mehmet, among others. For 3 days, the ISCWA was used as a platform to disseminate leading research in the conservation of our maritime cultural heritage. This symposium aimed to continue the training of younger generations in the field, as well as to create future links between the different institutions and invited specialists. Well, I would like to take this opportunity to announce that in the coming months, a volume of the proceedings of this conference will be published with all the presentations that took place during the event. Well, in the coming years, if we want to achieve an optimal degree of protection for our underwater archaeological heritage, while making it accessible to the general public and over time become a tourist asset that adds value to Formentera's tourism, we will need to continue working along 2 lines: education and involvement of the local community, and the conservation and preservation of the underwater cultural heritage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pantosi, for your very interesting presentation and your video also about your work you do in the Formentera project. And I have a question for you.
Yes.
Which do you think, from your experience, is the most difficult audience to approach?
Well, in my experience, children are always easy because they have a very open mind. So they are willing to get new knowledge every time. So as long as you approach them in a way that in a fun way and dynamic way, they are a really good audience. For me, the most difficult is to change the mentality of adult local divers, because they have their own very own way to relate it with the underwater cultural heritage, as I said. So my opinion is we should focus on children because they are our future.
Children are the future. Okay. Thank you very much again.
Thank you.
Mr. Pantosi. And now we proceed to the 4th presentation. The 4th presentation is from Mrs. Cristina Canoro. Good evening, Mrs. Canoro. Cristina Canoro is project manager and member of board of Camby Felgrade Diving, She has a PhD in Business Administration and Management, a postdoc at Campania University Luigi Vanvitelli, Department of Economics and Management. She is involved in national and international projects to promote archaeological diving tourism through technology innovations. Actually, she is project coordinator for Mid-Dry Dive project. And the title of the presentation is Dry Dive Experience in the Underwater Archaeological Park of Baie, Gamification to Promote Underwater Cultural Heritage Destinations. I'll give you the floor, Mrs. Canor.
Thank you. And I would like to thank the scientific committee and all the organization for the conference. And thank you to all of us the opportunity to meet online. And I would like to thank all our partners in Mid-Dry Dive projects. So Novena, the municipality of Cavache, Budva Diving, and 3D Research, the Atlantis, and Madi Travel. Today I will present you the dry dive experience that is part of the Mid-Dry Dive project. And in this study aims to analyze how gamification can promote the underwater cultural heritage destinations and how it would influence the users' experiences. So I present a case study about Dive in the Past, the serious game in the framework of Mid-Dry Dive project, and how these experiences can benefit tourism marketing in underwater cultural heritage destinations, supporting the promotion of the targeted destination by attracting the educating visitors. So this study was conducted with Fabio Bruno from Calabria University, Marco Gozza from 3D Research, and Professor Francesco Izzo from Luigi Vanvitelli University. So I will explain you the theoretical framework of our study. And we start with the definition of gamification, that is the use of game design elements in non-game context, and the serious games, that is the focus of our presentation. Serious games are referred to as entertaining tools with the purpose of education, where players cultivate their knowledge and practice their skills through overcoming numerous hindrances during gaming. So a serious game that is not fun to play would be useless independent of its pedagogical content or value. Here we can see that serious game can be considered as applications that combine three key components: experiences, entertainment, and multimedia. So you can see the combination of training simulation, sports and board game, serious game, and computer game. So let's see serious game as tool to disseminate knowledge about cultural heritage. So there are some studies about it, and we can see serious game work through reconstruction of ancient sites or simulating historical settings. New technologies applied to serious game encourage edutainment, so it means entertainment designed to be educational, reaching different objectives: cultural awareness, the historical reconstruction, and heritage awareness. We can see that it's essential for game developer to adopt user-centered approaches in the design, which take account of the reasons of potential tourists when they act as players. That's why it's important to understand what are the motivations, the expectations, the information needs, the benefits. So it is a decisive step for those who design a serious game in the field of tourism. So here we can see at the base of the pyramid, we found the motivation of potential tourists, the curiosity, then the explored destination, socialize, fun and fantasy experiences, and challenge. So let's see the serious games in the field of tourism. So we have some study that, some research that says that can be divided in two broad categories. So we have social game, namely social game based on social media and usually proposed and played before traveling and used to increase knowledge about the tourism destination, to attract particular segments of demand, and to strengthen or reposition the image of the destination or a site or a tourist enterprise. And location-based mobile game, namely serious game proposed and played at the tourist destination, mainly used to promote greater engagement in the visitor or to improve the tourist experience on site in a more fun and engagement way. So let's see our case study, so Dive in the Past, and in particular the serious game that is part of the Midway Dive project, and the Dive in the Past product. Dive in the Past is the first serious game ever about underwater cultural heritage, as Marco presented before, and it was developed by 3D Research. It belongs to the first-person adventure genre with 3D exploration and puzzle solving. So the game combines the exploration of faithfully reconstructed underwater sites with an engaging storytelling, which mixes historically accurate details and fictional characters and elements to teach the history of the sites and to raise players' awareness about the underwater cultural heritage. Here we can see the serious game, so the underwater environment of the game. The Nymphaeum has been reconstructed for the Musas project and then optimized for mobile devices in order to obtain the Baia stage. Let's see other screen of the underwater environment. We can see the status of the Nymphaeum, the sunken Nymphaeum of Claudio, and the holographic reconstruction. So in the underwater site, the player says to unlock the Ghost of the Past, which is an holographic representation of the hypothetical reconstruction of the site at its heyday. And we have the diary storytelling. So the storytelling involves fictional characters acting in accurate context, thanks to a deep research on the source material. So here we can see the Nymphaeum de Claudio was the dining room of the Emperor Claudio. So we can see the Emperor sit on the triclinum and the cook presenting him a cake. So this is the story in the Nymphaeum de Claudio. And here we can see the reconstruction on the Nymphaeum, on the left and on the right, with the reconstruction of the statues as they appeared in 131 AD. And there is in the serious game the diary mini games. Each mini game has been designed studying the historical context to show visually accurate elements and also with simple but engaging mechanism to amuse players. And there is the virtual reality dry dive experience. So an immersion, a dry, wet experience, a dry experience in the Nymphaeum de Claudio in the Underwater Archaeological Park of Baia. And is the VR porting of the game, and it enhances the immersivity, allowing the players to truly explore the underwater site. And this is the setting of the research. So we are in the Underwater Archaeological Park of Baia, that is a marine protected area, divided in 3 zones, A, B, C, and it's 178 hectares. The main protected area was established in 2002, and we have from last year 7 dive sites, so 2 more sites. And these sites, that are at a depth of between 3 and 6 meters, most of them are between 3 and 6 meters, are visited by snorkeling and diving. So this is the real status of the sunken infirm of Claudius. Here you can see the other statues, with on the left the Antonia Minore, the mother of the emperor, on the right Dionysus, so the god of wine, because it was the dining room of the emperor palace, so the god of wine was really important. And let's see the methodology of our study. So we use for the focus group, for the case study, the focus group with the stakeholders and end users to test the serious game and to collect feedback, capturing so the stimuli, the perceptions, the feelings, reflections expressed by the participants during discussion about the use of new technologies to promote the underwater cultural heritage. We have defined target groups. So we have public authorities and policymakers, local businesses and bus providers, so value-added services providers, tour operators, and end users. We have organized 4 sessions to analyze the case study, the serious game in the underwater archaeological park of Baia. The first one was with the public authority, like the archaeological park of Campi Flegrei, and the Campi Flegrei diving, the representation of hotel sector, tour operator, value-added services provider, an association, and university. We have a second session follow-up of the second to test the serious game with the hotel, La Tripergola, the diving, the bus provider, and the archaeological park of Campi Flegrei. We had the moderator, the Professor Francesco Izzo from University of Luigi Vanvitelli, and Marco Cozza, Salvatore Isabella, and me. We presented the project and the serious game. The third session was with public authorities like the municipality of Pozzuoli and municipality of Bacoli, that are the 2 cities where the underwater archaeological park of Baia insist. Then the association, the Ulisse Route, the local business Namakos Underwater Research, and the bus provider Calitea. Then we have the 4th session with the end users. We had the participants from University College of Northern Denmark, so students and professors from UCM, an archaeologist from the University of Haifa in Israel, and from Ludwig Maximilians Universität München in Germany. So these are the results of the focus group discussion, and we can underline the keywords highlighted during the discussion that are the promotion and communication. So by serious game, we had a good access door for target group of young people, difficult to reach, so usually difficult to reach, communication innovation. You can have it at first hand as a possibly tourist, attracting different crowds of people, especially children. About knowledge, the serious game give awareness of users to the deeping of underwater sites and less known sites, interactive and digital study content, the chance to disseminate knowledge. About experience, so it was the serious game, it is a dry underwater experience, an emotional experience, immersivity for those who don't get wet. Diving experience is very similar to real diving, which was enjoyable. Accessibility, So the impression of what diving near cultural heritage feels like. It was fun to try diving and see what you could see underwater, giving the tourists who are not be able to dive the chance to experience in another way. And these are the results about what are the things that you like most about this game. So participants in particular like story, experience, design, and game mode. So let's see what they've said. It's a fantastic story in real history. The history, underline the history of the place. The storytelling was very much appreciated. The experience to navigate underwater before I try it myself. The emotional experience, connection among Mediterranean sites. About the game mode, the surprise, the mystery, using the scanner and finding the book. And about the design, visual creation of a certain diving destination, design and quality of details, graphics, interface, reconstruction of the site. So, Serious Game is an incredible tool for promoting underwater cultural heritage, bringing archaeological heritage to wider public, and show him what we deal with, allowing to experience the site. Serious Game makes you aware of the diving destinations, preparing the visitor or users to the real experience, with the possibility to relive and deepen, and it makes underwater cultural heritage sites accessible to all. So the study gives some suggestions to managers and policymakers with some implications useful to explore the new development opportunity provided by Serious Game for promoting underwater cultural heritage destination. And in particular for young generation, gamification may become a powerful tool to combine education and entertainment, and also to look at underwater cultural heritage destinations in a new perspective. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Canoro. Thank you for your very interesting presentation. You have shown us how important gamification is for the underwater cultural heritage in order to better reach young people. And now I think that we reached to the end of this session, and I would like to invite Mr. Maglis in order to start the conclusions and discussion of this session.
Yes, thank you, Agela. Thank you for chairing this session. I think with me are going to be not only you, but also the two previous chairs of the two previous sessions. So probably Barbara and Paris, if you are ready, you can join us and Agela, as well as we can have with us the speakers of this last session in order to allow to the rest of the participants to put questions. Hello, Felipe, and the rest of you. And in order to be able to do a fruitful discussion. First of all, I just want to mention that the welcome speeches of the political person, they were very warm for this conference and of what all of us we have been doing in the last 5 years. I think we are witnessing a change in the way that we manage and we promote the underwater cultural heritage sites. And this also provides to us a great responsibility to continue working in this direction in the future. Also, it was very welcome, the two speeches of the people from the European Commission, and I would like also to thank them. Also, I would like to thank the organization committee and all the people that they made for the first time also to us this conference possible with digital means, and up to now we didn't have any problem, and everything was running smoothly, and we were very pleased about it. Yes, I know, because everybody was very anxious of how this will go, and I would like to thank Anastasia, Vicky, Elena, the live media team, and the rest of Elda and the rest of the people that are working behind the front line in order for us to be able to be here and be able to make a discussion, answer questions, and give responses. Finally, I would like to congratulate the Malta example, and I think Igor from Croatia that presented the Malta situation of how they protect and promote the underwater cultural heritage, and they are doing this for several years now, and it is not by luck that they are one of the global destinations concerning scuba diving, even though they are a small island. I think they are doing the obvious things that every archaeologist and every Minister of Culture is doing on land. They are implementing the same legislative framework also out there in the sea. And this is very important, and I think it creates a difference. I don't want to add something else. I would like to give the floor of you for your remarks concerning today's presentations, and if we are going to have any questions coming from the audience, I would like also Vicky to pass these questions to the floor. Thank you. Barbara, do you want to ask something?
Yes, I can. Can I speak? I'm Barbara. I also want to thank everyone for the smart organization of this first day. As you tell you before, everything worked well, so we are all happy about it. It's a challenge when you organize a conference with a lot of people from all over the world. So. Compliment to everyone, and there were many interesting and inspiring topics for everyone today discussed in this conference, and tomorrow and the day after. I think also we have a lot of topics that we can discuss for knowledge and for sharing best practices on underwater cultural heritage, of course. And I think that now the archaeologists, the conservators, as well understand that it's impossible to work alone in an underwater archaeological site. We have to work together with other professionals, scientists, to improve the study of an underwater archaeological site. And this is I think very important for the new generation of scientists, of archaeologists and conservators that are going to start to work in this field.
Thank you, Barbara. Who wants to take the floor if you have any ideas?
Me, Angelos.
Of course, Angela.
Okay. As from what I saw from the presentations, it is very encouraging that there is a great deal of scientific research in the field of underwater cultural heritage, and not only to archaeological works, for example, excavations, but also to the part of the promotion of the sites. And as I saw again from the presentations, there are a lot of synergies between the different parts of Mediterranean, different countries, different sites, and we must cooperate and work together and exchange best practices in this field.
I would like also to make two remarks. The first one is that I found out the example of the app that they are preparing in Thalassaنا, Gunnar and Michael. It was very interesting and gave us a lot of ideas, because we know that when you go to a site, you find interesting artifacts and sites and wrecks coming from BC up to the 20th century. So if someone creates a project of combining the continuity of these historical elements in a site like this, I think it is very interesting. And my other remark is concerning the Formentera project, what Javier Rodriguez Pandozzi presented, and I have been to Formentera, and it was very, very nice, and I will come back again, just to let you know, in 2023 with my wife this time, because and I will stay more days. It is very nice. And I liked a lot the way that you presented of how, in reality, we can change the behavior of people if we really want to protect the underwater cultural heritage. And the best way is to start with the children. And I find it very well targeted. I do not know if Paris wants to say some remarks from the first day of the conference.
Of course, it was for me a very positive surprise that we have so many different attempts to dematerialize the underwater cultural heritage in order to approach many different publics. And this attempt creates in reality a new cultural heritage asset that we will have to manage in some some of these immersive applications and serious games are cultural objects by themselves. And we have another aspect of the underwater archaeological heritage and cultural heritage. And I think that this is a very, very rich domain. Of course, we must have an equilibrium, keep between these new assets, cultural assets, that dematerialize underwater cultural heritage, and the real cultural heritage, which we must facilitate the access for as we can. And that it depends, of course, on the characteristics of the sites, if they are coastals or if they are in great depths. That's my comments for today.
Thank you.
Have you?
Yes, Paris?
Yes, do you hear me?
Yes, we had some difficulties, but we heard you. It's probably from your internet.
You've heard what I've said?
Oh, yes, we understand.
Yes, 90%.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
I would like to ask if any of you, because we do not have any questions, whoever, Felipe, I think you want to say hello. Bye, Felipe.
Yes, I only want to say bye because I have a student waiting for me now. Thank you very much for all your work, and I am sorry to not stay more. See you tomorrow.
Okay.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Ciao.
Bye.
Bye.
See you
Bye
tomorrow.
bye.
Thank you,
Ciao.
Felipe. Bye.
Do you want to add whatever you want now that we have a chance, or we are going to close the day for today and we are going to meet again tomorrow? Okay.
I think that we can say,
Close the day.
Close the day, yeah.
Okay, because we are also tired because it was with this digital thing, it's totally continuous.
Yes, but this experience is completely different by the ones 2 years before, because for the most of the time we feel alone, isolated. We must not lose the time
and
for
always
going
sitting in
into
the
the other area. Yes, and really there is not, for the moment today, there was not a lot of reaction with the public. I mean, nobody wants to send questions through the chat. It's not very interactive, I think, because of that. It's something to see for the future, not for now, of course. Now you hear me better.
Yes.
It's a kind of connection. I have 2 possibilities. And this is not, this that is functioning now, it's not the best, apparently.
Okay. Okay.
Totally right that we lost today the good part of networking with the people. This was a problem.
Yes.
Maybe tomorrow and the day after that we are not going to have the official start, and it's going to be clearly the conference, and maybe they are going to be much more familiar also with these new technological tools. It will be much better, the interaction. Nevertheless, as we record everything and we are going to also to have the proceedings, I think the discussion will continue in the next couple of years through proper academic discussion channel, and this is going to be interesting.
Okay.
Okay, right.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much
Have a
for
nice
today's
Thank you all.
work.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Yes.
Bye-bye.
Now I'm going to leave.